So we'll get underway. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. As this is our first public meeting since the passing, I want to acknowledge the passing of King Tuheitia, Putatau Te Whero the Seventh. He will be remembered as someone who was focused throughout his life on bringing people together, and that can easily be seen from his tangi and the incredible outpouring of grief from across Aotearoa, from Māori and non-Māori. Mō mai, e te kingi. I want also to acknowledge the new Māori Queen, Queenie Ngāwai Hono i te po. As Mayor of Dunedin, on behalf of this council, I wish her every success in her role. And now, I would like to invite to the front of the room Ms. Jane Johnson and the monks, who will open the meeting with a prayer. Ms. Johnson will also come forward and introduce the monks. Yes? So we have Geshe Lobsong Donye and Geshe Lasong Katso.
Kia ora koutou and tashi delay, which is Tibetan for hello. Now on my immediate left is Geshe Dunya, Losong Dunya, and next to him Geshe Losong Yatso, and they're going to do the Tibetan version of the English translation of the prayer that you've got in front of you, which was written in the 17th century, actually, by the 5th Dalai Lama, and then reviewed and condensed by the current 14th Dalai Lama. So it's an ideal size. So the purpose of the prayer is to wish everybody good health, an altruistic frame of mind, enthusiastic perseverance with a 2-day agenda, and wisdom that emerges throughout the process and at the end. All right, so I will let the Geshes begin.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Now, we have at least 3 people for public forum. I think Catherine Syme is not here. Correct. So we'll start with Carmel Spencer, who wishes to talk to us about Harrington Point erosion.
Good morning and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. My name is Carmel Spencer and I'm here on behalf of the Te Beach Action Group, which is a group of homeowners from 907 to 921 Harrington Point Road. Our land fronts the Otago Harbour and is being eroded at an alarming rate. We've lost approximately 20 metres since 2011, including the DCC-owned Esplanade Reserve, which fronts our land, and is all gone, as is shown on map 1 of page 1 and the photo from the rates website on page 2. It's labelled as 925 Harrington Point Road. I'm aware you're undertaking work at St Clair Beach to mitigate effects of natural coastal erosion to protect the beach and the homes there. Whilst we acknowledge our situation isn't entirely due to natural erosion, we believe the DCC has some responsibility due to the Esplanade Reserve not being maintained and protected from the harbour. Had your land had rock walls installed like the rest of the harbour beside the road, then we wouldn't be having the erosion that we are having now. Just this Saturday it was reported that ORC and DCC's attention should be fixed more firmly on cherishing Otago Harbour. Surely our battle is one of those issues raised by Councillor Mayhem, raised resilience for low-lying communities. The erosion has been made worse by the deepening and widening of the channel undertaken by Port Otago since 2012 and the maintenance dredging, which has been up to 4 days a week at Harrington Bend, which is right in front of our properties, and the installation of 3 groins, which was finished in December 21 instead of the 5 groins recommended by several experts. Otago Harbour is the only working harbour in New Zealand that doesn't recycle the dredged sand back in the harbour. Ours is dumped outside and offshore in open waters. Te Rioni Beach Coast Care Committee was wound up in 2023 with no public consultation. They were the voice of the locals with DCC and Port Otago, so we've been left without a voice. Additionally, $300,000 was raised by the community for the Groins and Beach project, which is now being held by Port Otago Limited. The erosion has become a health and safety issue because of loose rocks and the public climbing on them, and also from exposed tin and rubble. It's also a wildlife issue. Penguins have migrated to living under houses, sheds or vehicles because their natural habitats disappeared. Port Otago recently moved 2,500 cubic metres of sand from the southern end of the beach in July this year to outside our houses, which is south of the 3rd groin. This is now being monitored and can only be done once every 12 months. Already the sand has moved back to the south end and had to be scraped off the footpath and cycleway by a resident. Emergency revetments have been installed by landowners at various times to protect their land. These have been undermined due to the vertical lowering of the beach. This work has been used against the residents as they were unconsented, but they didn't need to be, and for the end wall effect. Our walls run parallel to the beach, whereas the groins are perpendicular and are 80 metres in length, thus having a greater effect surely. Areas where emergency revetments weren't installed have shown greater erosion, resulting in survey pegs now being in the harbour. We're asking that the Council support us in our endeavours to protect our land. We've been in contact with ORC and Port Otago and also our local MP, Rachel Brooking, but our efforts are being met with red tape and are frustrating in the delays. Following on from attending the recent Otago Peninsula Community Board meeting, the Chairman has been in contact with Richard Saunders, the CEO of ORC, and also the Manager of Parks and Reserves at DCC. Councillor Wiley is also following up on correspondence we've had with DCC coastal engineers. We're just wondering whether a round-the-table meeting could be held with all parties to come up with a solution to stop our land disappearing.
So are you happy to take some questions?
Yep.
Are there any questions? Councillor Walker.
In the absence of nobody else, I'll ask a couple, and thanks, Carmel, for coming in. So I think I've got 3 questions here. Thanks for the presentation. This is really helpful. At the end, you said you would like DCC support. Can you just remind me again, what do you see that support looking like in an ideal world?
We're not really sure. I guess taking some responsibility for the reserve that's disappeared. Our area is the only area around the harbour that doesn't have the rock walls. That's because the land's not right beside the water. Understand that, but we don't feel that the responsibility for shoring up the reserve, the edge, should rest solely with the homeowners. And
I guess potentially then the support could be something that could be thrashed out in a roundtable discussion. Second question relates to I think you mentioned the Coast Care Committee, and it was wound up. Can you just briefly give me an overview of what that was and why it was wound up?
It all happened before I moved into the area, but my understanding was it was a group of homeowners in the area. They petitioned to get the Te Rione Reserve reinstated, and now that that's been done, it's been wound up, and we've been given no information or feedback.
And final question, because always Port Otago, I know that they've got an involvement here, so, and you've alluded to them. Discussions with them, are they open to discussion? And the discussions, do you feel you get a fair hearing from them? So the smile is probably answering the question.
I haven't personally had any discussions with Port Otago myself. They have been down, well, Joanne Dowd has been down, and she instigated the moving of the sand. That's been done before in 2022, I believe, and didn't last long. So we feel like it's just a box-ticking exercise. They don't have public meetings, so we can't do this sort of presentation for them. We have had lots of discussions with ORC, being the owner of Port Otago. But yeah, it's frustrating.
Sorry, I'm treading from question 3 into question 4. And you mentioned Councillor Wiley, who I presume you've spoken to in his capacity as the councillor rep on the community board. So I'm sort of asking a question through you for Andrew, that anything could be fed back through Andrew, presumably? You're nodding. Feel free to.
Do you mind?
No.
Okay. Right now Paul Pope is handling it and working with staff, and I'm keeping a monitor of it.
Okay. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. How close are your homes to that new playground? Are you around that area, or are you further back? Or
We're just south of the reserve. So 921 is right next to the playground part of the reserve, and then there's 919, 917, 915, 913, which is me, and then 3 or 4 south of that again.
because there's that right there on that shore, there's quite a few rock groins there, isn't there? That's, yeah, okay. And did Port Otago build those? I think they put them there. I think they did. Yeah. Thank you.
So, a quick question. You said there was an original plan for 5 groins. So where were the other 2 to go? Were they to go in front of your houses?
I believe so, yeah.
Right. Because there's 2 choices. Do you perceive there's 2 choices, either build a rock wall, revetment, or build a couple of groins to have the sand in front?
That's the 2 options that we see.
Yes.
I believe the other 2 were to be south of where the current one, third one finishes.
Yep.
There is an existing one right outside our house which has been not maintained, so that would be an easy, the way I see it, it's a base for a 4th one, yeah.
Have you discussed those options with the Port Otago?
We've been petitioning that they should have put the 5 groins in. That was recommended by 2 various parties, but they didn't. They did the 3.
Right. Okay. Councillor Gary?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming in and for your presentation. Are you aware of the history of the groins, given you've just arrived in the area, and the work that went on to lead to that?
Yes, my neighbour Graham McLean has been very involved with TRBCC and the groins, and has been very active in petitioning Port Otago and ORC to do the 5 groins.
And are you aware that part of the issue of groins, and that's what's happened here, as I understand it, I'm not a geomorphologist, but the geomorphological problem is that, or process is that erosion will be caused further down the line. So you put one groin in, you get erosion, and so on and so forth, and the same with seawalls. Are you aware of that? Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Next we have Robin Vintner. There are some points for consideration by Council for the long-term plan. Oh.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Robin Vintner, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. Points to consider for the long-term plan from my perspective. One of the things that most of you paid lip service to at the last elections was that you were going to be more transparent and you were going to listen to us, the ratepayers, more than was happening at that time. As a member of the Reduced Rates Dunedin group, we are holding monthly meetings in the suburbs, and some of you have kindly offered to speak, and we are aware that this is out of your own precious personal time. We've been very grateful for the preparation and the flow of those meetings, giving the public an opportunity to hear what the council has to say from their perspective, and also an opportunity to ask questions or put across their point of view. This is something that we have organised and you could be benefiting from by interacting with the public, listening to what the public wants. However, when I applied to present to the Open Forum last month, reporting some of the feelings from our Green Island meeting, I was turned down. And I know that this is due to your section 14.2 of the Council Standing Orders, as it appears I was repeating myself. Free speech is something that has been cancelled all over the place throughout New Zealand and the rest of the world. Turning me down to represent another group of Dunedin ratepayers was just another piece of cancel culture from my perspective. People out there are frustrated because they feel they are not listened to, nothing is actioned, nothing is changed in the annual or long-term plans or regarding Aurora. Allowing submissions appears to be just a tick box exercise, which I heard somebody just mention from their point of view. One of the things that our group wanted to do was attend some of the community board meetings. I've been interested to see the number of people putting their hands out for funds, and I'm sure this happens at council as well. When I was a mum of 3 children under 5, married to a teacher at that stage in country schools, I was brought up to fundraise on top of everything a busy mum has to do. As the children grew older, we fundraised for all different sports teams, school trips, we did cake stalls, gazillions of cheese rolls, and for one daughter going into a local supermarket on a Sunday night to help with stock taking. Not once did we consider asking our local borough or government team to bail us out. As a ratepayer, I now feel I'm paying for those who are putting their hands out. We have become a culture of people who do not take responsibility for our health or our finances because it is too easy to ask the powers that be to prop us up. So what I'm asking is, how much are you prepared to use our ratepayer dollars to hand out to people who are no doubt needing those funds, but is this something that council should be involved in? One of our team members did an OIA regarding the number of properties that the DCC own and how many are empty and therefore not returning funds to the DCC coffers. Unfortunately, our request was not tight enough and we need to ask again. I know that selling off smaller properties won't affect the income hugely, but as we used to say, look after the pennies and the pounds will look after themselves. And of course, these properties must take dollars for upkeep and insurance. One of the issues these properties brings me to is that of rates for a number of organisations who own buildings around the city but do not pay rates. Why does the government, including the university, schools, hospital, the churches, and I'm not sure who else, maybe yourselves, not pay rates like the rest of us? It seems to me that the central government are putting more and more expectations on local government, but are not paying their whack to help budget the books. I have just read an article from the newsroom titled "Council Credit Downgrades Cost Ratepayers Millions." Sure, this wasn't Dunedin, but if we continue to push our debt out and take advantage of the LGFA's intention to raise the debt cap from 280 to 350%, allowing you to borrow more, we could be in the next group to be downgraded. According to that article, central government's debt levels are moderate, whereas New Zealand councils are already among the most highly leveraged in the world, and I'm sure this is happening everywhere throughout the country. Can you not form a group with other councils and stand up to this overreach of central government? I don't see LG, NZ offering that role with their finances being organised by the government. Do you? Thank you.
Thank you. We have some questions. You happy to have some questions?
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Robin, for your presentation. You were at the Waikato Coast Community Board when we did the community grants section. So are you aware that every community board has a $10,000 community grant activity, which is uses? Well, that's what. Yep, it is 10,000. Yep. That night we did grants for Writing for the Disabled and the Waitati Music Festival. So you would have also seen that before they got the grant, they had to show us where they were getting other money from, and they were raising money from themselves. So is it your opinion that Writing for the Disabled is something that we shouldn't be helping, or the Waitati Music Festival in the form of community grants?
From my understanding, the Writing for Disabled, we're not asking for money for them as a whole. It was just one little issue for one person, and I think that there could be other ways of raising that.
Thank you. Councillor Eckler.
Thank you. So when you talk about groups, etc., coming to council for a handout, I think you put it, are you talking about our grants sort of thing as a whole? So are you suggesting that the grants that we do deliver should be reduced or removed? Where are you coming from?
Probably reduced. But
So just microphone.
And microphone. Can
probably
you just tilt
reduced,
it?
but I think you do need to look at.
Could you just point it? Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
I think you do need to look at perhaps how much you are putting into that pot. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Gary.
Svitner, are you aware of the government's cuts to funding for many groups right across the board, people who deal with mental health, prevention of suicide, so many different groups? Are you aware of the struggles of those kinds of groups to actually carry on the services they provide? You are. Okay.
Very good. Councillor Witherell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. How many councillors have you approached to engage with your ratepayers group?
6.
Microphone, sorry. It's important for the people at home to be able to hear.
So I take it it's your intention to ask every councillor to...
At the moment,
Sorry, microphone.
At the moment, we've only got 4 planned. We've had 2, and we've got 2 speakers lined up for the next 2. And we'll just see where we go from there. When we were out at Waka White, they did ask us if we would do something closer to them. That may be something we consider next year.
Lovely. And around community grants, I think I could be told differently, but I think it's around 14 million and 5 being given to such as museums and Edgar centres and things like that. With $10,000 being given to community boards, do you think that is enough, or do you, in other words, would you like a rejig of that so that community boards get a bit more money and perhaps the leftovers for the community for all different organisations gets reduced?
What I'm really asking is for you to reassess how much money, when we're in such tight times, need to be going to those things, and maybe where should they be going in the sense of not just a sports team, for one person to go on a sports thing somewhere where they could have perhaps raised that money for themselves. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Robin, you do realise the name of the town is Waikōwaiti. Also, the $10,000 that's allocated to community boards who are elected to allocate that money, it's their discretionary fund. That money hasn't changed since the inception of community boards, and it's up to the community board how they dish that money out. So for some people it's youth scholarships, so it will be sponsoring just one person. I sit on the Port Community Board, and how much do you think we allocate to young athletes wanting to go to the World Games?
I'm pleased that you do that, and I'm pleased that you've brought that up so that it's on the screen for other people to hear and know.
I asked how much do you think we would give to a young athlete, one person, an individual wanting to go to the World Games, and a triathlete?
Sorry, microphone.
When you're faced with X number of people, that surely would be something that you have to consider how much you allocate.
It's at the discretion of the board, but the youth scholarship fund is just $500, which doesn't go very far towards an international airfare.
No, I appreciate that.
Great, and thank you. That's all we have time for. And thank you very much for your presentation. And next, we have Ms. Jo Miller from Grey Power, who wants to talk to us about parking issues. Perhaps among some other things. And Ms. Bill, if you could tilt the microphone down towards you. Yes, just and pull it a wee bit closer, but tilt it right down a bit further. Yep, there we go. If it's pointing
I've got a pretty loud voice anyway.
Oh, good.
Thank you for having me here today, because really I know what I'm raising should have gone to the infrastructure meeting, but I will be out of Dunedin at the time, so I do thank you for your acceptance for me to talk today. I want to talk on a couple of issues. I'll keep an eye on the time. One is Cargill's Corner. We have asked, and the business associations have asked, for Cargill's Corner to be looked at to become a barn stance. It was a barn stance years ago. Suddenly it's too big to cross. Well, I don't think it's moved in the few years that I've been down here. But the biggest concern we have at the moment, which is why I'm bringing it up now, is what's going to happen when the library is opened out there. We are going to have a lot more pedestrian traffic than we've got now. And I really don't care whether the cars have to wait a few more minutes or don't. What I do care about is a safety issue out there. When we have cars turning left from King Edward Street into Hillside Road, and the pedestrian crossing goes across Hillside Road, we have people on walkers, people on sticks, who are coming across that road, and I'm sorry, they walk a bit slower than the average person. What happens is that the cars wanting to turn into Hillside Road start creeping. And I can tell you myself that I've been there and I've stood on the pedestrian crossing and just stopped the car coming any further, because that's just ridiculous. It should not be an intimidatory factor, which it is at the moment. The other problem that we've got is the fact that because, and I've been into town and stood and watched before I've even come in to talk about this, but once you've got that barn stance, for some reason the traffic just stops, and that's it. And then when the lights go, they all move. Out there where they've got the lights and the crossings working with each other, I sat on the new little seat we've got at the bus stop, thank you for your assistance in getting it for me, and watched on 2 weeks ago when a gentleman walked off he was only quite a young man too, he walked off the footpath to cross the King Edward Street with the green light pedestrian showing. Had he just walked a bit faster or gone for a bit of a run, he would have been absolutely annihilated by a car which had obviously come out and wait outside the orange lights waiting to turn and just whizzed in front of him. And it's just dangerous. And I really ask you on pedestrian safety to please relook at whether we can do something about it, making it a lot safer there. Even if you're not going to put a barn stance in there, we're going to have to do something about the traffic out there. I personally would like to see us push a barn stance, and if it annoys the people in the cars who do have to wait, then perhaps they'll get on the buses and leave their cars at home, which would be a lot better thing as far as I'm concerned. But so that's one of the things that I ask you, please, if you would really seriously, please don't look at the traffic side of it, look at the safety side of it. The other little thing I'd like to raise before I go is the berms that we have out in South Dunedin. I don't know whether any of you go out there at the weekends, but I would very much encourage you to come out, especially around my area, which is we're off Lower Prince Albert Road, around the Jackson Street, Douglas Street, Mill Street, that area is all around there, where you've got one-way traffic because so many cars parked there, you can only drive one way up the street. It's quite bad if people are parked with this giveaway signs and things like that. I don't know what it's going to cost, but I know it's our ratepayers' money, and as far as I'm concerned, I'd be standing up there saying, see how well they spend our money. If some consideration could be given to looking at whether some of those berms could be cut back a bit and therefore have better parking. Somebody said to me, it's never been changed since the horse and cart days. It probably hasn't, but it would be very interesting to see whether there could be some feasibility. It may not be feasible, but I would very much like to know if there could be a feasibility study done on it. Thank you. Would you believe look, I've got 15 seconds.
You've done extremely well.
Thank you.
We have some questions. Firstly, we have Councillor Mayhem.
Kia ora, Joe. Thank you for coming to talk about Cargill's Corner. It's been very topical. Did you know this has been raised with the Disabilities Issues Advisory Group?
I understand they are very... I understand they are very involved in it as well, and apart from that, and I sort of think I want it known it's a general safety situation. It's not only because they're disabled, so it's a general community concern.
Well, the feedback we received about that was that the timing for the crossing wouldn't allow a barn stance because of the number of movements of traffic that have to go down Hillside Road for buses and I think the crossing timings at the maximum now to allow for pedestrians to have the maximum amount of time to cross the road already. Did you know?
I have been told that, but I don't know whether anybody's been to Sydney and Melbourne, and they've got a fair few wide streets there, and they have barn stances. I know that and I understand that, but I just still believe that I don't want somebody killed and we think, oh, we should have done this or perhaps we could have done that. What I'm saying to you is if you can't put a barn stance there, you have to have some safer way for the pedestrians to cross there, because I'm looking at the ones that we're going to be getting out there when that new library opens.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Hi. Do you have any concerns about the parking for the South Dunedin Library?
Actually, parking out there is a joke. So there is no parking in South Dunedin. When we did the beautiful beautification of our streets out there with the sticks that we have in our little garden plots with no leaves on all year round, we lost outside our own area where our office is, we lost 7 parks outside there to have this so-called garden thing. We had McBride Street widened out on the corners, and how a truck got round there the other day without smashing into the car waiting to go out of the street is beyond me. It's a disaster waiting to happen out there, that street. It basically needs to be well looked at again. It's going to be worse with the... God forbid that anything happens to anybody, But, you know, that library is going to be a godsend to South Dunedin, and really we have to make it safe for everybody. And that parking is an issue.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Yeah, Cargill's Corner's come up a lot, and Councillor Mahan pretty much summarised what the position is at the moment from Transport. And you asked me just before we had a conversation before we come in, how's it different than it was before? And one of the main issues is car registration, which gets to your second point. There are many, many more cars per household than there were before, so we're like twice the number. So I think the number came out to say that the cars are affected. You're asking, I think, okay, so we've done that calculation, but now go back again one more time and say, but what about the community outcome? And what about the rights of the pedestrians at that corner? Is that where I'm going? Cool. And then would you obviously had planned on taking this to the infrastructure committee, so would you like me to take it up at the end of the committee for matters for consideration by the chair?
Yes, I would be very grateful if you would do that. One of the things that I know that's going to create a hellish mess if I do say it, one of the suggestions that I've got, if we can't have a Barnes dance there, is you can't turn in and out of Hillside Road at that Cargill's Corner.
So as a bigger picture of what's going on, King Edward Street, Cargill's Corner, the library, the whole area as a shopping district and community area. Cool. Thank you.
Great. Well, we appear to have exhausted questions, so thank you very much for your presentation. All right, so moving on to item 3 of the agenda, apologies. There are no apologies. And 4, the confirmation of the agenda. I move that Council confirms the agenda with the following alteration, that item 20 on Aurora Energy Limited, the options report, that be taken as the first item for discussion tomorrow, Wednesday. So, seconded, Councillor Mayhem. So, is there any discussion on that? No? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Number 5, declarations of interest. Members, of course, are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision-making when a conflict arises between their role as an elected representative and any other private or external interest they may have. Are there any changes or updates? No. Therefore, I move that the Council notes the elected members' register attached as Attachment A and confirms the proposed management plan as well as the management plan for the ELT team's interest. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Any discussion? No. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 6, confirmation of minutes from the Ordinary Council Meeting 27 August 2024. Is there any prior discussion of that? So I'll move that Council confirms the public part of those minutes as a correct record. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Any comments on that? No. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Now, we move to items 15, sorry. Actions from resolutions of council meetings. It's supplementary page 4. And the Chief has no prefacing comments, but is happy to take questions. Are there any questions?
Sorry, yes, I've got one.
Very good. Microphone?
Yeah.
There we go.
On page 7, rights to central government to seek legislative change to ban all single-use cups. September 2024, the letter will be sent. I'm just curious why it's taken 5 to 6 months to write a letter.
I was equally as curious, and so in checking this resolution, there were multiple parts, and not all of them have been actioned. And so I asked the question to try and filling this in more correctly than it had been in the past council meeting, and only found then that the letter had not been sent. Because it had been taken as one resolution, not 5 different parts. So, apologies for that.
Very good. That's it. So I'll move that council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of council meetings as attached. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 16, the forward work programme for council, which is in the supplementary agenda, page 11. Are there any questions? Councillor Gilbert.
Sorry, me again. On page 16, bottom, it is under the completed work, but that's the only place that this comes up. I had a really good conversation recently with a few people who, it was around expectations and reciprocity, out of which they asked me a question I didn't know the answer to, hence I'm asking it now. What, if any, expectations can and are being placed on council assistants? So by that I mean, when we issue grants, like for example that of the hockey turf, invest significant amounts of money in something, what expectations are there on those that receive the DCC support to in turn support DCC initiatives? For example, their point was that as far as they could see there was very little waste minimisation being undertaken at the hockey turf, which would then fly in the face of DCC goals. So I'm just wondering whether we have any expectations placed, and if so, what, if they could be.
Is this specific to the hockey turf or to grants generally?
Grants generally, but the topic of conversation that raised the question was around the hockey turf.
So I can answer the hockey turf a little bit, but bear with while I just pull up an email that came yesterday because it's directly on point. So with the hockey turf, for example, councillor replacing the turfs, we are able, as part of that arrangement, to reuse some of the existing turf rather than just take it to landfill. So we are looking, in a waste minimisation point of view, to use some of that on cricket net facilities. We're also looking to put it in the Caledonian gym, for example, for boxing classes. So we're looking to reuse in that situation, for example. That's part of the MOU that we will sign with hockey as part of the... and that's not a grant so much as us taking over the turf. So other grants, I'm not sure what's in them, but the team will know. Do we have anything in any general grants? Expectations? I don't know. Well,
so with the hockey, it wasn't about reusing the hockey turf. It was okay. We've taken over the hockey turf. We've spent considerable amounts of money. Well, we're about to. So, what expectation is there that the support that we have given is reciprocated by hockey, for example, doing what they can to support DCC initiatives and goals?
it would have to be part of a direction in the MOU, for example, or there would have to be something, but that isn't part of what council resolved around this particular item. You resolved to change the ownership structure and then look to charge hockey slightly differently around that. But as, maybe as part of the grants review, sorry councillors, but you might want to look at the criteria that are applied for grants ongoing.
Are there any further questions? In which case I'll move that council notes the updated council forward work programme. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 17, the 9-year plan forward work programme. Are there any opening comments? No. So we have questions. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question on page 19, and it talks about engagement, and then at the bottom it's got community engagement plan external, and it's got a report. I'm just confused about the difference between engagement and community engagement plan.
Sorry, I think one was pre-engagement, so one probably should have said the pre-engagement, and but they've been they probably just those two lines need to be joined together. I think it's just I'll get the team to sort that.
And what's the difference between an activity workshop and a workshop?
We've got a series of activity, so the group of activities, So a 9-year plan group activity.
My next question is just the next page, and it's just thinking about the levels of service and groups of activity, and I see the activity work, or the levels of service, sorry, is in October, and I just wondered about, just got a note here, we might need to consult with the community during the pre-engagement about service levels and rates affordability. I think some councils have asked about what service levels people might be willing to accept for what rate. So what stage would we look at engaging with the community around that?
So I can give you an update, Councillor, on the levels of service. So next week when we have the activity workshops, you'll see all of the proposed levels of services and groupings, which you may recall we've done work prior to as part of last year's 10-year plan, so we'll be presenting that work to you for you to look at and consider. We'll then come to council at some point soon after, hopefully, with a report to recommend them for the 9-year plan, and then they can form part of the consultation. But we won't be putting the targets out until we've had further budget discussions, because that will potentially amend the targets. So you'll start to see them next week.
Councillor Gilbert.
I will shut up at some point today, don't panic. A couple of questions. First of all, if we start on page 21, under property, the third point, should that not be 278 rather than 258, King Edward? Yes? Yes. Lovely. Also on both pages 19 and 23, we have to be determined. I'm just wondering what, who, when is required for the determination of whatever is happening for. On one of the pages it is Fulton Mar, and on the other page it is DRL.
Staff is also just what they're prioritising, so it'll be the same people probably writing both of those reports, so it's just about lining up. But either way, they'll be there by January.
Then on page 20, the DCHL review. Now this is, I'm not foreshadowing anything, I'm merely asking, are we as part of the LTP able to consider alternative structure arrangements, additional CCOs or alterations to the existing, and if not then when would that sort of thing be done? Is it part of the strategic work, for example, referred to on page 22?
So the reviews will feed into the consultation required in the 9-year plan. So any company changes to any sort of CCO structure like that require a full SCP, special consultative process.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Following on, following on from Councillor Gilbert about the DCHL review, it's not specified in here about the DVML review, which I understand is a separate work stream from DCH, which I would have thought possibly will come first and feed into the wider. I'm just wondering where that fits within the.
I thought that was captured in the standard council forward work program rather than this one. But yes, but I'll have to, I'm sorry, I'll just have to have some, here's Carolyn. Yep.
Yes, we have a confidential 9-year plan forward work program, and that captures this one.
Yeah. Are there any further questions? I see none. Therefore, I move that council notes the updated council forward work program as shown in attachment A. Seconded, Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 7, the Residents' Opinion Survey results, page 28. We have Ms Nadia Wesley-Smith and Ms Alex de Blick to speak to the report with some opening comments.
Morena councillors, I'd just like to note that there is a typo in point 16 of the cover report which mentions the margin of error as 2.6. The correct figure is actually 2.7, as you'll see in the actual report.
Very good. So, questions, councillors? Councillor Gilbert.
Okay, I'll kick off and let other people figure out their questions. On page, whatever the hell page we are on, 31, 28, it mentions the largest difference was found for the ice stadium, 23% higher at 75%. Any commentary on this? Is this just the result of the work over the last several years kind of come into fruition, or is something else behind it as significant?
I wouldn't like to comment around any assumptions based on why people have answered the way that they have. Sorry, I couldn't add anything further than that.
Also, on the same page, we've got on item 30, or point 30, we've got the level of visitation, and it highlights Tuhura and Toitu. Is it, and I don't know whether, your nervous expression, I don't know whether the question should be aimed at this end of the table or not, but can I safely assume, first of all, do we have any indication of the frequency? Because this is over the last 12 months have you visited, do we have any indication as to the frequency of visits? That would be question number one.
Just give me one moment while I just refer to my notes. I don't think we have any indication of frequency. However, there was just a note provided around satisfaction surveys usually includes non-users of facilities or services. So it may be that some non-users of those facilities have answered based on their perception, if that helps.
Another question then on that, I mean, it's great to see them highlighted, but can I safely assume, I'm assuming we gather information on on-site probably about the people who use the museums, etc., from outside of town. Is it safe to assume that as part of the work mentioned on page 20 of the supplementary agenda that that will be coming to us at some point in terms of
Talking about potential charging for...
I'm trying to find out how many, the percentage of usage, etc., and the amount of usage from externally. Yes, along those lines.
I'm sure staff are finding that information in terms of helping inform the report that's coming. I'm just not sure that anyone will have it here now.
It's fine, as long as it's coming. That's great. Thank you.
We'll be looking at that, Jeanette, as part of the charging report. Yes. Yep.
Okay, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora koroa. A question just, actually it might not be for you. I was just looking at the stats around the availability of parking, and I know we've got a parking management plan, and I just wondered if someone of today's could update me as to where that's at.
Kia ora, I'll handle that, Councillor. Fairly soon through ISCOM, you'll be getting an update on the all of the work underway in the parking management work stream of the Shaping Future Dunedin Transport program. So that's coming, if not the next committee, it's coming shortly anyway. Yep.
Okay. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just noting on the page 115, when we look at the demographics of who undertook, I noted it was very, pretty much identical as last year. I guess, is that just the way it is? Because when I look at the numbers, 32% under 30, 27%, 30 to 49, 22, 50 to 64, and 19, 65 and over, and then look at the ethnicity, it's pretty much identical all the way through. But yet when we look at the Dunedin demographic, it is quite different in the sense we have a large under 30 or under 25 and a large over 50. So any comment around that?
From my, just kind of caveat this with, I haven't been involved with ROS for the number of years that it has been running, so I'm just kind of going off what I know from this year. So there, it was mentioned in the executive summary around the possibility that some respondents will probably return year on year, and there hasn't been any particular focus on trying to capture certain demographics. However, I'll just note that we have seen an increase in the number of respondents from the youth, and that's again despite any targeted focus of capturing respondents that way. So that's probably the only comment that I could provide. Yeah.
Right. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I noted some interesting trends around, for example, streetlights number 39 and people's satisfaction with them. And I reflected that that piece of work we did around LEDs and so forth was a while ago. And I'll come to my question in just a moment. Toilets, in terms of satisfaction, wasn't all that high, and yet we've done some improvements now. There's an upward trend around George Street. And I was surprised to see the safe city stats. While really pleased to see them, I thought that was kind of odd given the tragedy at the bus hub. So do you have any reflection on how long it takes for changes to be reflected that you would expect would impact on people's satisfaction and view and perception, how long that takes to permeate?
Without kind of having an in-depth knowledge on how statistics reporting works, the survey is conducted monthly. There's monthly surveys that go out, and quarterly reports kind of as an update. My assumption, and I have to say this is definitely an assumption without having the in-depth statistical reporting knowledge, it's probably 6 to 12 months behind. Yeah.
That's interesting, and I'm assuming that staff know they can be very happy with the reflections on our staff and the way they've communicated. Is that how you read it?
I think overall maintaining satisfaction is a good indication.
Yes. I'm curious about West Harbour. They've got 50% more responses than their demographic by population. Are they all political activists down there? Absolutely. You don't have any comment?
I couldn't answer that with certainty. Sorry.
Very good. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I knew there was one I forgot, and this is, again, not one I'm expecting you to know that, but hopefully there's somebody over in the back there that does. When did the hydroslide at Moana Pool close? I can't remember.
It's not.
It's not closed.
No.
When we did a tour, it was. We were told it was. Oh, it was only brief.
Yeah, it was open last week.
Cool. Thank you.
So I think we've covered our questions. Yes? Thank you. Councillor Hulan.
Did have a question earlier. I'm just wondering where it says that the Regent had a significant decrease. It's gone from 89 to 85 by the look of that. Would you call 4% significant? I sort of thought, I'd say it's gone down a bit, but I queried whether that was significant.
And there is in the cover report, there's mention of the definition of significant in this context, and I just want to make sure that I'm grabbing the right clause. 18, thank you. Oops, how if I look at the right report. So statistically significant means a result is unlikely due to a random chance in sampling and is likely due to some factor of interest. In this report, the word significant specifically refers to statistical significance and does not mean large. So basically what that means is just in terms of the context, because this is weighting against a population measure, that the likelihood means that it's a change from what was previously.
Are you able to say what the factor of interest is? You can't comment on that?
I can't comment on that.
When we do these, do we get any, because it would be quite good to get an idea for us to know what, is there a question asked in there that, why did you put this comment? Is there anything like that to try and get that sort of feedback back?
So the questionnaire is handled by Gravitas. I don't believe that we get to that layer of information. What they provide is what you can see in the report.
All right, I think that's it. In which case, I'll be happy to move that. Thank you very much for your questions and our answers to our questions. I'm happy to move that Council notes the annual results of the Residents' Opinion Survey. Do I have a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Lucas. So I'll just say a few words to that. I think there are some phenomenally successful facilities in the city that Council provides or contributes to. In particular, the museum, the Settlers Museum, the Ulverston, the libraries, and so on, Lanyuan. We've got very high approval ratings for those facilities, including the Regent Theatre, the Town Hall, and the eyesight, even though the eyesight's a little bit far behind because it's very difficult to have answers to everyone's questions. Similarly, we have very high approval ratings for our sports facilities. And of course, the sports facilities that we provide are very extensive, so there's always going to be issues having access to the areas that people want to use and so forth. But Botanic Gardens is another always extremely highly rated facility. So it's really good to see those things being much appreciated by our community, because ultimately those are things that aren't just pipes and plumbing and roads. So pipes, plumbing and roads are where the most of our money goes, but I think the community does want to see that we do provide a range of community facilities for the general use of all the residents of the city. So I think we can take some satisfaction from that, and I'm interested to note that the satisfaction rating of Forsyth Bar Stadium was 82%, which is the highest rated of all of the sports facilities. So, are there any other comments? Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, hearing that report, I think to me it would make sense for us to be able to understand the information fully and to get more benefit out of it, is to ask the contractors who do this to add another question in there around why people have responded the way they did. And that applies to good percentages as well. Like, for example, if they came in here to DPAG and they've rated it really highly, why? What did you really love about it? If we could get that sort of feedback, then you know what the key things are people really enjoy. If you start to see everybody says the same thing, you've got a pattern, and okay, that's really good data for us, I think, as a city. And the other thing for obviously the negative, once we get that feedback, what you didn't like about it, you can't fix something if you don't know what the problem is. So if they start to say repeatedly the same thing, then we know there's an issue. So I think that would be really helpful for us, rather than just getting this to say, oh yeah, those are the stats. Don't get me wrong, I think it's good to know the statistics on what people think, what percentage, whether they've gone up or down, but without knowing why they think that, it's really the information, there's not a lot you can do with it without that further added information. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There's a lot in this resident survey, opinion survey, but I want to focus on one aspect, and that's our staff. I think our staff should take a bow. They are the lifeblood of this organisation, and I noted in the various stats, 31% of people talked about the staff being friendly, helpful and professional, and it talked about how well the staff communicated with our community. And so I really applaud our staff for the work they do, and I think they really can take a bow in relation to these stats. They do a difficult job. It doesn't mean to say the outcome of questions raised by the community are always to the community's pleasure or satisfaction. However, our staff do an excellent job.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
This was something of an emotional rollercoaster of a read. There were items like that in point 30 which highlighted the continued support for our museum, and 47 that showed the community's support for our fight to look after our heritage buildings. That made me smile. Then there were others like the second half of number 47 showing the low number of residents that think we're doing enough to become a sustainable city. That, whilst not a surprise, it did depress me. And while the results that do come with little follow-up information, I do tend to, particularly for those results that show opportunities, shall we say, I do tend to look towards the information that can be found in the ODT to perhaps inform some of the reasons for that. And I realise that I haven't been around this table for all that long, just coming up to 2 years, and that there are other more seasoned councillors that have been voicing the community's cries for work and the sustainability space for many years, and their persistence and perseverance is remarkable, and I take my metaphorical hat off to them. I just think we should be looking to at the voice of the community, which clearly says that they want us to do more work on it. What did get me depressed was on page 42. It summarised that satisfaction with the performance of the Mayor and councillors is the only performance measure that experienced a decline, 29%, a significant decrease from 34% in 2023, but higher than satisfaction levels recorded in both 21 and 22 of 25 and 26% respectively. Whoopee, we're ahead of disastrous. Over an entire year, a fraction over a quarter of residents think we're doing a good job. I'm afraid I, for one, don't take any comfort in that, and I'd be disappointed if any councillor does. We're all tarred with the same survey brush, whether we think we deserve it or not. We make decisions as a unit, and so our behaviours and decisions reflect on us as a unit. So perhaps we should look at what our own actions or inactions might have done to contribute to this result.
Councillor Vandervis.
I'm pleased that Councillor Gilbert at least is prepared to note one of the standout results from this survey, and that is Mayor and Councillor performance down from 34% to 29%. Dunedin Thriving City, 47% down to 39%. None of this is something, none of this should be ignored by us. And looking for positives in this residents' opinion survey, for me, has been like trying to find a needle in a haystack. The other standout issue is the residents' lack of satisfaction with central city parking. Insufficient central city parking and poor mayor and councillor performance are the two standout statistics from this residents' opinion survey, which we need to acknowledge, and I'm glad that at least Councillor Gilbert has, and then, having recognised the problem, do something about it. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gilbert and Vandervis are sort of still in my self-critique thunder, but I'll bang on anyway. Firstly, I want to thank staff for just collating all these facts and figures, and of course it's always nice to see those things that we're all collectively proud of doing well, and those facilities are the obvious ones, and they always tend to rate highly. And I just will point out to Councillor Van der Vis, regarding his previous comments around parking, surveying parking is literally surveying turkeys around whether they want Christmas or not. And he does raise that critique in the context of the fact that we provide central city parking, which is literally never at 100% capacity. So I'll let him and others work out why that is. Councillor Gilbert touched on it, and I mentioned this during the last review of ROS, and that's the glaring stat around the performance of us around this table, which again has significantly fallen from 34 to 29%. And I think I'll just leave it up to all of us around this table to ponder why that is. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I love the ROS. I think it's an annual report card plus also a pulse check, and that's why we have it now quarterly at the spec meetings. It certainly reflects what I'm hearing from people that I'm talking to, but it's also good to have the numerical statistics on. The ROS is really useful for me for knowing the percentage visiting the facilities and for their satisfaction. So it's important for us to know how much a facility is used and valued when we're making decisions about how we fund them. Also, to know when we can improve the facility, so it's great to have the commentary in the ROS as well. It was interesting that 75% of people visited the Botanic Garden. I think Mr. Mayor mentioned it as a standout with 93% satisfied. Botanic Gardens, of course, is a huge asset with its 6-star rating, and the students do tell me how much they love the botans. It's really valuable to have the trend reports in there, and as I said, the comments. One of the things I think we should do is benchmark with other councils, and that's what Napier does. So I've got Napier statistics. They benchmark with an average of New Zealand. We are above in 4 things, which is parks, keeping people informed, drinking water, and there was another thing, gardens. In the leadership statistic, the average for New Zealand is 45%. Thought that's really interesting. So it would be good for us to look at bringing some benchmarking into our statistics, because I think that's quite useful to, if we want to be, New Zealand's best city, then we need to make sure that we are benchmarking. I think there's an issue with the significant decline on perception for a number of things, which is that we are a creative city, sense of community, thriving city, and lowest around, as Councillor Gilbert mentioned, the leadership and encouraging development of a sustainable city. We're looking at the perception trends as all nearly down, and I think we need to inject some optimism and hope for the city's future. I also think they show a need for a strong vision, plan and strategies for the city. I love that the highest level of agreement was that Dunedin maintains and preserves its architectural heritage. I think we've worked hard on a heritage action plan and on getting some of those things going. Also the funding for the Dunedin Heritage Fund as well. Just see, I'm getting short on time. The main concern was with the roading, which is actually something that everybody sees every day, and that's reflected in our large council budget and transport infrastructure. Just going to whip through the water. It was good that the council satisfaction was 62% with that. The parking, I did ask the question about the parking management plan. I think we've had that on our radar for a long time, so we really want some action in that. That perception around parking is also damaging the city centre, and we're seeing that coming up in the stats about how much money we're actually getting from the parking meters and from the dissatisfaction with the empty shops, etc. I know just from the comments that potholes are always an issue. It's great we've got lots of money from the pothole fund to address that. As always, fix the roads 25% versus too many roadworks and cones 21%, show the dichotomy between those two activities. No pain, no gain. Waste management, I was actually surprised that our stats looked so good, and I think they can only look better. There were lots of comments about getting rid of black bags, and done, magic, so that's great. It was nice to see a huge level in satisfaction with the centre city retail area, but still concerning about the look and the feel of the city. The comments said too many empty, derelict retail stores and the need to upgrade retail area buildings. Comms, great improvement in social media from 2 years ago. And I note that the engagement survey said where people get their information from, which this was the engagement we did last year, DCC website, ODT Star, DCC Facebook and libraries. Where they want to get information from, DCC website, Facebook, direct email and the ODT. So I think when we marry some of those surveys that we're doing together, we can get some really good information to inform our comms strategies. Well done DCC staff, as Councillor Gary mentioned. The leadership, I think that we definitely need to be supporting the economic development and do the strategy as soon as possible, and I see we've got some strategy workshops coming up. I think, as always, the honeymoon with the new council is over when we look at those statistics, and we have been the face of some rates rises and some behaviour challenges that I'm sure we're working through. I like to look at the trends. The overall satisfaction trend, it's 10% better than 3 years ago. The facilities, infrastructure and services satisfaction, 13% more than 3 years ago. I noted that 5% of the comments are around build, finish, hospital quicker, so I hope those people join us on the march on Saturday.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, I'm sure that the city will be 100% full on Saturday at 12 p.m, so I don't think there'll be a park to be found from what I understand. So fingers crossed for that. Councillor Barker, you've done a very thorough wrap as normal on this report, and I echo a lot of the sentiments. The part that I was obviously going to focus on was the supporting Dunedin's economic development, going from 41 down to 35 was not something that I was happy to see, but it does show the importance of having a good Dunedin economic development strategy, and also additional funding and the impact of supporting the economic development of the city. It is something hugely important to a lot of people. When you look at, and this is probably one of the parts that I try to look at each year, is improvements we would like to see. And when you see that, the first one was fixed focus on roading issues, parking, roading, infrastructure, traffic flow. What was number 2? Rates are too high, want value for money with rates, reduce rates. What's number 3? Consultation, and then it's basically all about investing in core infrastructure and spending money on the city. So it's quite an interesting dynamic when you start seeing what people want. On one hand, they want a city that's really living and breathing and is essentially working effectively, but hang on, my rates are too high. I think we may have to try and work hard to find a balance for those groups, but the key being is that, you know, it's always interesting to read what people have an opinion on. Personally, I would have liked to have seen a slightly demographic, but hey, that's trends, and that's what takes place each year. So when you get these, I encourage the community, when they get these surveys, fill them out, and actually, a bit like what Councillor Houlihan said, add more detail so we can actually have a more understanding of what the stories are around some of the answers. Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make a couple of comments, observations really, about the look and feel of the city, prompted by some of the comments on page 59 of the survey document. Colleagues will recall my drawing attention to staff of the disgusting state of the pavement outside the Regent Theatre at the time of the recent film festival, which I'm pleased to advise has been partially cleaned up. Part of the problem is the configuration of the roading design there, but I think when we come to talk about service levels and fight the annual fight about weeds and spraying and the level of service we provide around the general cleanliness of the city, we are facing some pretty major challenges. And I'm raising this particularly because we're sitting here and we have been walking many times a week between Harrop Street and the Civic Centre and this building. And I want to ask you all, when you leave here today, to have a look at the filth on the pavements against the building line of this building, outside Nova, outside the theatre, immediately uphill, and under the seats. And I think we do our community and ourselves a considerable disservice by just ignoring the disgusting state of some of our pavements and some of our infrastructure. So I think this is not a debate for now. It's an observation and a request for you to cast your eyes downwards in your transit today, please, but also giving you notice of an issue I'll be raising during the 9-year plan discussions, because I think we do ourselves a disservice by not performing better in that area.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. As I've said around this table, probably in the other chamber, to me, ROS surveys are only useful, and as useful as finding out from the voting public, not the whole public. And I also acknowledge Ms. Wikaira and the CEO response to me when we talk about engaging with Māori voters and attempts made by this outfit to access the Māori electoral rolls. Again, I said last week, we're supposed to be a democracy. How can we actually call ourselves that if we don't actually involve all the citizens, all the so-called voters, in participation, in responding, in planning, in actually acknowledging what's going on for them. So I just want to acknowledge the staff. Their job is not to write the surveys. They are written by other people. So they don't plan the questions, they analyse the responses. And they also do not and have not designed the other survey, the quality of life survey. If it was up to me personally, I would not do these surveys. I think there's other ways of engaging that actually get real-time feedback from real people, not just self-interested, in my opinion, self-interested voters. And I recommend to you, I haven't finished it myself, a book called The Tyranny of Metrics. It's by an American historian, Jerry Z. Muller, and he actually was an administrator in his university teaching position, and because of that kind of workload in collecting metrics, he actually has evolved a thesis that we need to, all of us, academics, business, local government, we actually need to think about how we collect the metrics and why we do that, and is there a better way? Kia ora.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Personally, I think ROS surveys are a waste of time and money. Elections are really the only survey that I take notice of. However, I do have regular people polling me, and I poll the public when I go to the pub or the supermarket or walk along the street. I get surveys thrown at me every week. The satisfaction with the performance of the mayor and councillors has gone down to 29% from 34%. I think that just quite simply highlights that give the public a 17% rate increase and they get pissed off. Roading related infrastructure, it's very low at 26%. From what people have been telling me, the blanket speed reductions, speed humps and the removal of car parks simply gets up their nose. So that's not going anywhere. Dunedin, being a thriving city, down 39% from 47%. I don't think we can read too much into that. I think it's the sign of the times. The country is not booming at the moment, and it's just not our fault in our beautiful city we have. In regards to the approval level for waste management, that's increased to 62%. Save people money and increase our recycling efforts, and up goes the satisfaction level. It's good to see. I think people are happy in that regard. high levels of dissatisfaction were found for the availability of parking. 66% it says here. Yet in the urban design they also say that the satisfaction with central city retail has significantly increased up to 57% from 51%. It's not surprising to me. The price tag was $100 million, which highlights something to me, that something that may actually look really good doesn't mean that it functions well. It's a shame there wasn't a survey on the satisfaction of the seesaws in the street. I didn't see it there, but it would have been a good question to ask. Thank you.
Okay. I think we've covered everyone that wants to speak. Yes. So, in terms of reply, I'd like to make the point that this is our number one scientific survey that council conducts. So it's very important to actually get an accurate idea of what people are thinking and feeling out there. And I do think they go to quite a bit of trouble to match up their survey results to the demographics of the city. So they are trying to make sure that ethnically and locationally it is an evenly conducted survey, so that we are getting a fair representation across the city. And I echo the comments of many that parking is the number one issue for the public as responding to this survey, and their rating of parking is even worse than that of mayor and councillors. So perhaps if we fix the parking, our rating might improve. But of course it's up to all of us to work on that rating, and I think the various comments that we make are possibly reflected in this. And of course no one likes a large rate increase, but that has been forced upon us. Correspondingly, our waste ratings for waste and water are steadily increasing, steadily improving, and in particular stormwater. So that is good, and it's really easy to see from the interaction with staff graphs. They're all on the increase over the last 3 years. So, the staff are doing better. One of the things that's not doing so well is the thriving city, and I certainly agree with Councillor Wiley. We need to be putting more attention and funding into that area. So, having said that, I move that Council notes the annual results of the ROS survey 23-24, seconded Councillor Gilbert. Sorry? Oh, it has? Very good. I can't even remember who did it. Okay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Did I move? Yeah. Good God. Moving on. We have item number 8. Approval to notify plan change 1. Minor improvements to the 2GP. Okay, do we have some prefacing comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just noting that this item essentially consists of 2 parts. There's a public report seeking approval to notify, but there is a non-public report that contains all the attachments. So just noting, we have a number of staff here that have worked on this plan change. They are available to answer questions about the detail within the plan change if necessary. However, that is part of the non-public component of the report. So I have with me at the table Jane McLeod, the team leader planning, whose team led this work, and Emily McEwen, who is the lead planner. The other staff are sitting in the gallery if we need them. Thank you.
Very good. Questions? Councillor Benson-Pope.
I'm assuming if I ask a question generically about the confidential part of the plan, you'll be able to answer. we understand the reasons given the contents and the matters discussed for that to be confidential. We assume, I take it, that where individuals are affected, they will be appropriately contacted at such time as this is agreed to. But otherwise, at what point does the information in the currently confidential documents become public?
So the information would become public on the day of notification, which is proposed for 20th of November. 20th of November.
Good. Councillor Vandervis.
The change SHB3, which proposes to add 146 buildings, historic buildings, to the schedule of protected heritage items and sites, it's on Appendix A 1.1. This 146 historic buildings, can you give us a bit of detail about how they were identified and what the relationship with the private owners of some of these buildings has been, and whether or not they were in a position to not want their building to be put on the schedule of protected heritage items and sites?
Yep, certainly. So the assessments that we've completed to date have come from a number of places. So we record community nominations that come through. We've also done some work to identify parts of the building, parts of the city that are underrepresented on the schedule, and done some work around those aspects as well. We have contacted the building owners who have completed an assessment and asked them to provide feedback on the draft, primarily to understand if there's any inaccuracies or additional information that needs to be added to that assessment. And I think Dr. Johnson wanted to answer the second part of that.
Just the specific question about your last question, which was, do people have the opportunity, they certainly have had the opportunity to state their views on the listing, and they've been provided information about the notification process and the submission process. And as Mr. Maltese highlighted, if they provided additional information about the heritage assessment itself, that was taken on board by staff. However, the criteria are the criteria in the plan that have to be applied.
The question that I was wanting an answer to specifically was, if a building owner didn't want their building to be placed on the schedule of protected heritage items and sites, was that an option that was given to building owners?
The process available for all plan changes is via the submissions and hearings panel process. That's standard for any change to the plan. So every person has the right to make a submission. They also have the right to make an appeal, and they've got further rights to further appeals on points of law beyond that. That is the process that's provided by the Resource Management Act for changes. The staff part of the building the proposed plan change is directed by Section 32 and by the plan's own policies, and that's what was followed.
So to be clear, if under this plan change the DCC has identified an historic building and the owner doesn't want it to be included on the schedule of protected heritage items, because that has quite severe financial implications sometimes, then the owner doesn't have the right to say, no, I don't want my building on the schedule of protected heritage items.
They absolutely have the right to say they don't want that, but the vehicle they have is to make a submission. It's the same vehicle if your land is rezoned from one zoning to the other, or any other change in the plan. There's a vehicle to make a submission, and those submissions are taken quite seriously by the hearings panel, and in my experience, a number of changes are made as a result of submissions. It's definitely a worthwhile effort, and we definitely encourage people strongly to make submissions because of the changes that are made by hearings panel. It is the process to consider those views.
So to be clear, they have the right to make a submission, but owning one of these buildings doesn't give them the right to say, no, I don't want this put on the schedule.
No, under the Resource Management Act, the council is required to follow the process laid out by the resource under that act, and that doesn't include, for any change, a person to refuse the change. They have to go through the submission process and make a case on any proposed change to the plan. That's the process that we are obligated to follow.
So just in terms of clarification of that, they would make a submissions to a local hearings panel. Yes?
That's correct.
And in which case that would be decided whether the building would be included or not. Now, are all building owners informed that their building is in line to be included in the schedule?
Yes, all proposed changes to the plan where there's somebody directly affected by that change, and there's a number of them in this plan change, heritage buildings being only one of them, they will get a letter directly informing them of the exact nature of the change.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you can't answer this, so be it. But when the people were notified, I assume they've been notified now, or they're about to be, or I assume they've been notified. Did you get any indication after that how many people, or if any, were unhappy with the new categorisation? Or
Certainly. So we haven't formally notified people, but we've been in contact with them with the draft assessments to advise them that we were proposing to include the building on the heritage schedule. Of the number that we've sent out, we've had 18 inquiries back to us, and from memory, 9 of those were not in support. 2 of them were neutral, and other building owners did support being included on the schedule.
And that's out of the more than the number that was mentioned before that I think is not meant to be public. Thank you.
Righto. Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. I was interested to know something that I've come across as I talk to people in my networks. There's a great deal of misunderstanding out there, is there not, around heritage protection. Is that your experience, that you mention the word protection, listing, whatever it might be, the category, and people often go into kind of a panic mode?
Yes, certainly. So we're available to assist building owners and explain what the district plan protection may apply to and what the rules are around that. But yes, there's quite often confusion, particularly between the listing of Heritage New Zealand Pauhiri Taonga and the 2GP district plan as well.
And do you feel you have enough resources to educate the community in this?
We work with building owners on a case-by-case basis, and so there's a large number of buildings that are either scheduled or character contributing, and we're reasonably busy with building owners as they are coming to us to ask for advice.
And finally, on that same track, is it your experience that once people do understand, they actually are very positive about working with the protection?
For a large majority of cases, people are quite comfortable once they have an understanding of how the rules apply and what the expectations would be around conservation of historic buildings. And then quite often we support building owners through the Heritage Fund process and through the resource consent process, and we're providing that support through those processes.
Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
Regarding the scheduled over 24,000 hectares of public land to the schedule of areas of significant biodiversity value, this 24,000 hectares, can you give us some idea of what the current ownership of that is, and where around Dunedin this very large area is?
Yes, so the land is all publicly owned, mainly by the DCC and some the Department of Conservation. I don't have any mapping available to show you exactly where it is, but yeah, it's distributed around the city and all publicly owned.
So it's all DCC or DOC? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the team for providing us with a phenomenal amount of reading. I don't know. It's been some late nights, despite it being a largely procedural process. My question is around the heritage buildings and I think the plan to allow or to look to allow office activity in heritage buildings that already occurs in Vogel Street, for example. Is this change because of the success of what's happened there in York Place, and is it something that's been pushed for out there in the community or by the heritage owners?
So the what you're referring to is something that is being considered for plan change too. So that's not the subject of this plan change, and it hasn't been confirmed. It was a subject of the councillor workshop. So we haven't. That's not in this plan change.
Thank you, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just clarify when, and I think that may have come up a bit earlier, but I wasn't 100% sure on the answer to that. When we categorise a place as historic or heritage recognised, does that automatically mean that Historic Places Trust gets involved, or they're quite separate?
So they're two separate entities and they work under two different acts. So if a building is scheduled in the district plan, then the resource consent is required for certain activities. If a building is listed with Heritage New Zealand Pouhiti Taonga, then they would become an affected party for a resource consent to a building that is scheduled. So they piggyback on the district plan scheduling where they have their own listing. So they're not automatically involved.
When we list, because these ones that we're particularly pulling out will be listed with us, is that right? But not necessarily with Historic Places Trust, but probably will be. Is that the case, or?
No, so we are scheduling under the district plan. Heritage New Zealand Pouhiti Taonga manage their own list through a separate act, so they would do their own listing and nominations process. What we have done in this is we've picked up some buildings that are listed and added them to the district plan, but it doesn't generally work the other way. But they are two separate processes.
Is it fair to say that this will put these buildings, these properties that we're putting forward, it will highlight them perhaps that they maybe hadn't been highlighted before to the Historic Places Trust? That they will probably look at them, obviously given the change in their category. Is that fair to say?
They may potentially look at them, yes.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Just looking at all these, the properties, etc., and looking at the plan change. The key thing that I sort of identify in this is that when you look at a property going onto this list and going out to be reviewed, it's not about the whole property. In some cases, it could be about a fence, facade. So it's not the entirety of the property as a whole, correct?
Yes, correct. So we've identified in the proposed schedule items what part of the building would be protected, and that's usually part of the building and not generally the interior, although there are a couple instances of interior spaces.
And noting issues around earthquake strengthening and the costs of doing a lot of this work, do you see that affecting any of the property values on these properties currently?
The earthquake strengthening part is under the Building Act, and I'm not quite certain if the question around the value is quite separate from the proposed scheduling we've got here in terms of earthquake strengthening.
So I guess I need some clarification then. A lot of these properties aren't on any lists at the moment, or are they all on some list or another, whether it's historic places or heritage or anything else, correct? Or some of them are going to be new to a list?
The majority of them will be new to the list. Some of them are already listed with Heritage New Zealand Pauhiri Taonga, and some of them are already character contributing buildings within heritage precincts that now will be identified for their individual heritage values.
So if I owned one of those properties, which I don't, but if I did, all of a sudden going through this process, I could see, oh my God, I'm going to have to, the value of my property is going to change, or I'm going to have to do a lot more work to basically take it to a certain level.
The scheduling in the district plan doesn't change any of the requirements under the Building Act. They're quite separate. So I think the reference to the earthquake strengthening, and Mark was trying to clarify, that's irrespective of the scheduling or not. That's under an entirely different act, and that can kick into an unscheduled building with the change of use. So this won't change that. I think the assumptions around valuation, we don't have economic evidence to indicate that any buildings or properties will devalue. I think the anecdotal concern around that is usually to do with the ability to demolish and redevelop a site. So in cases where you might have a house on a large section, however, we have no evidence necessarily to indicate that there's a loss in, or to what degree, how many of these properties would actually be able to be redeveloped at a profitable level.
I know this is not an opportunity to debate, but so I guess I look at the key then is going to be if your property comes up on this list, or a property you have an interest in on this list, it's going to be very much the people registered as owners in most cases will have to basically take a very active interest to go through the next phase, because I can see if somebody gets a piece of paper and just files it and doesn't act on it, it could actually have quite serious implications down the road. Would that be a fair assessment?
I think it's a difficult question to answer because it really depends on a person's ambitions for their property. So like I said, it doesn't require them to do any additional work on their property. I think what the scheduling will primarily do will make it difficult to demolish the building. That doing actual work on the property is encouraged. There is sometimes a consenting requirement, but that is generally a free consent, and it's a free service, and it's really just there to make sure that the council has some input into how that's done. It doesn't require the work to be done. So I think if people have aspirations to demolish the buildings, then that would be a significant change for them in that situation. But otherwise, I think if people want to continue living in the building, it would not be a significant change for them.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Is it fair to say that if people wanted to do some renovations to the property once it's had the change, what do you call it, a category, or what would you officially call it? Just a
Scheduled on the district plan.
Thank you. Scheduled on the district plan. Sorry. Would you, would they then need to perhaps apply to get certain colour paint, to do certain type of, designs on the front of the house if they wanted to change the style of it, if it's then noted that it's heritage? Are there things like that could happen to them?
Yes, so if they were wanting to make an alteration to a scheduled heritage building, they would need resource consent if it affects the protected part of the building, which would be noted in the schedule. So if they were doing an extension, say for example another lounge, then that may require resource consent if it affects the protected part.
And previously they wouldn't need it if it wasn't?
No, prior to this change they wouldn't need resource consent.
So given that obviously is timely, possibly costly, for a person who owns a house, and when they bought that, is it fair to say that these people, when they bought these houses, they didn't have that, it wasn't listed in the district plan, Is that fair to say? These ones who are now being changed weren't listed as heritage prior to now being listed?
No. So when they are proposed for scheduling as part of the notification, that will be the first formal notification to building owners, so they're not included in any list prior to this. But yeah, there are some buildings that are on the proposed schedule list that were either character contributing within heritage precincts or on the Heritage New Zealand list as well, so they may have been identified through that way.
When they bought the property, it's very likely they didn't have a heritage listing. Is that fair to say? For most of them?
For the majority of them, yes, and in the assessments that we've completed, it does note whether or not they were previously a character contributing building or on the Heritage New Zealand list.
Does a property owner have any recourse when this happens to them? Because, of course, I think, this is just my personal opinion, but a lot of people may think this, that it could affect the value of the property because of the fact if you want to change anything, you've got to go through resource consents, which other property owners don't have to do. Around the recourse.
And if I could, I do think there's little more that staff can add to this topic. I think we have canvassed it pretty well. Dr. Johnson and the team have outlined what the process is for staff for people whose properties are identified in the schedule. I don't think
we have three more questions. They may be on different topics.
Yeah, but truly, I think the staff really can only say their response so many times over.
Yeah. Microphone, sorry, Councillor, microphone. Right. Okay.
If you're voting for what's in front of you around the plan, the supporting documents inform that. That'd be correct, Dr. Johnson?
Oh, that's correct. There is a resolution around making them non-public. In terms of the heritage buildings, noting that everyone has already been written to, so that there's very little confidence around that aspect. So you can talk freely about that.
All right. Confidentiality, you mean? Yes. So moving on. Councillor Gary.
I just want to test something with you because there's a perception and reality. So with the experience of the villa owners that I've mentioned around this table before recently who did the facade is protected. And I don't recall whether it's 2GP or I think it is. It might be both. And they wanted to put an addition on to their house. They had a wonderful experience. Now, when they bought the property, they had no idea of the protection. It wasn't declared, interestingly enough. But as they've owned the property for a number of years now, they have just done this addition, and they spoke of the wonderful advice and working with that they had to land on a really good result. So that's the reality that I have been told. The perception is, as I talked about before, the panic kind of, even yesterday, I heard somebody try to explain being listed as really problematic, and they were confusing it with our 2GP protections. So is that the kind of education challenges we have here? For the public, that idea that it's a problem as opposed to actually you've got more access to Heritage Fund and access to advice and all of that.
Yeah, certainly our experience when we meet with building owners is they often have an outcome in mind that they want to work towards, and it's about shaping that process to get potentially a compromise between what they're trying to achieve and conservation of the heritage building, but also dovetailing in the other things that council do, for example the Heritage Fund resource consent process, and really helping them through that process and building the relationship with them through that.
Thank you. And finally, were you surprised at some of the, probably not because you're all over it, but were you surprised at some of the buildings that have not had protection up until now? Because I certainly was.
Yes, I think it's fair to say I was, yeah.
And can I thank you for your work on that?
Allowed to answer. Yes.
Thank you.
I'll answer for you. Councillor Melly.
Thanks. I'm going to ask something different. Page 120, what are the changes to provide more enabling framework for health activities?
So currently, the way the district plan provides for health activities is not ideal because mainly health is treated as a commercial activity. So it's often not provided for outside of centres. So the main change is to provide for health activities more generally as a type of community activity. And so there'll be a range of activity statuses, but providing for not non-complying. So they'll be provided for via a consent process with the relevant types of effect.
To make it more enabling, effectively. Cool, thanks. And then just moving down to the next one. What are you doing there with ground levels? What's the intention there with identifying ground level?
Sorry. The current definition of ground level can be problematic because it's based on it refers to either the ground level identified via the most recent subdivision, or if there hasn't been a recent subdivision, it refers back to the natural ground level, as the word's used. But in a lot of cases, that can be really difficult to find out what the natural ground level was, like if there was historic earthworks. So now we're adding in a default. So if you can't easily identify the natural ground level, you can just default to what the ground level is today.
The next one actually I do find interesting. Changes to make rules more flexible and then easier to build garages and yards. Is bulk and shade, what's the issue here that's in the way now that's going to be remedied?
So there's some existing provisions in the plan that enable garages to be located a bit closer to boundaries, just to reflect the constraints on some sites around the city. But there's been some issues identified with the limitations that are placed on that. So a lot of standard kit set type garages might not actually be able to meet that exception that we've provided. So it's just reconsidering the dimensions that it allows for.
Obviously reminding all councillors this is up for consultation in November. And when you do that particular one, because I have one in mind I'm thinking of, is there a follow through to make sure it's used as a garage afterwards?
I think the standard response around plan monitoring is that plan monitoring is done on a complaints basis. So I think obviously if you were to convert it for some other use, you're likely to require trigger some sort of Building Act requirement, in which case then the planners would look at that. But if you're referring to if it's done sort of unlawfully, like an unlawful conversion, those are generally done through a complaint.
Yeah, more like you build your garage and you park your car in every once in a while, but then you also use it as an outdoor shed, but without any modification of the building. Is there any mechanism for identifying that?
Well, you're allowed to use your garage as you wish, but you couldn't convert it, say, into if it were a habitable space, then obviously you're going to trigger some Building Act requirements that would then, the planners would look at whether that still met the plan rules, or if you were to undertake a different activity, like a commercial activity in it, for example. Again, every time there's some type of conversion, any building consent that will come in, the planners will reassess it against the district plan rules.
We compared against the gazebo rules and all those other ones about structures and backyards. The only reason I'm saying that is that you build a gazebo and you park your car under it, and then you take your car back out, and then you bring out the sound system and the barbecue. It's still a garage. And I guess that's going to be my question in terms of how this is built. That's when this comes up for consultation, I'll be interested in see how it's approached for the use after it's been built. Because there are also cases around town where it appears that carports for cars are being built, or at least I can think of one, and it does not appear to be intended to ever be used as a vehicular storage area. So, anyway.
Right. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Back to the reason for this work, is it fair to say that this considerable amount of work that we see in the papers today and in this discussion is a response to the community concern that was raised over the demolition yet to happen of the Stewart Street house.
Well, I would say the work precedes that particular scenario. The need to add more buildings to the schedule has been, it's been the subject of the Heritage Action Plan, but even earlier, it is something that we continually get feedback from the community on is heritage protection. I don't think we've ever had any sort of public engagement from council where the desire to protect heritage hasn't come up as a subject. So it is something that sits in our work program, and past assessments and heritage strategies have always highlighted the fact that we have a number of significant heritage buildings that are not protected, so that therefore that triggered this program of work.
So thank you. That said, that public concern articulated very strongly gave extra impetus to getting this work done and before us now.
Yes, that work has been underway for a number of years now, with the intention of bringing it to a district plan, but I think it really highlights the community sentiment around this issue.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Just a brief question going back to what you said, Ms Johnson, around plan monitoring being done on a complaints basis. I'm assuming because it's so resource heavy, is that standard practice pretty much amongst all TAs? You're looking around.
Sorry, it's not my area of council, so I don't think I can comment beyond what I said. I'm only repeating what has been said at previous meetings. Yeah.
It would be fair to assume that, though, I'd imagine, looking over at Mr West. But anyway.
Okay. Councillor Vandervis.
You mentioned before natural ground level, sometimes difficult. And I know that in the past, quite a few years back, even several metres was under dispute in some cases. Do we now have better LiDAR information on the Dunedin urban area so that we can know far more accurately what the natural ground levels actually are? LiDAR being the laser stereo.
I can't comment on that. I'd have to check with a colleague who's more familiar with the LiDAR data, but I suspect that would only identify the existing situation rather than historic.
But do we not keep records of existing LiDAR, of past LiDAR information for the urban area? I recognise that it's not something you have an answer to now, but could you possibly email back and let us know whether that information is being recorded?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Following up on Councillor Benson-Pope's question, I'm sort of trying to get my head around how the process takes place if that property was basically presented for development and is now on the schedule. How does that work? I'm just trying to get an understanding of what comes first.
Sorry, are you talking? Is your question specific to sort of an addition or alteration or demolition type?
Well, obviously the property that Councillor Benson-Pope was referring to was in Stewart Street was designated for demolition, and then and the whole redevelopment of the site, and now this appears.
Sorry, that property has already been consented, so that consent stands. So and there's I think a few of properties on this list that already have resource consent. So resource consent can be undertaken despite this. So what it would mean is if that resource consent was forfeited or if it expired, so if that developer didn't go ahead within the time frame of that consent, then and a new consent would be required in future, then the rules would come into play for that future consent.
So this is a plan B for in those cases.
I guess it is. Is it a plan B? It was the work to do the heritage assessment preceded the consent, so we've just not pulled that work out despite the consent being issued, because in the case that that consent is never exercised, then the rules would apply.
Does DCC own any of the properties or land in this register?
Yes, some of the buildings are owned by the Property Department and the Parks Department.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Forgive me if I missed this when I was out of the room. Are we able, you made a comment, Ms Johnson, about the building owners have been approached, and so it's not so confidential. I'm interested in, and maybe I'm turning to the Chief here process-wise to ask, when we debate, are we able to refer to any of the buildings or in a generic kind of way or at all, or I just want to get some clarity. Dr. Johnson.
I guess it would be fine to refer to them in a generic way. The reason for withholding it is due to commercial advantage, that some people find out about the plan rules ahead of others. So in this case, the landowners, unless they've changed since we've written to them, should know. However, if you discuss individual buildings, then people that are following this meeting will get that information ahead of anyone else. So it's probably preferable not to have that debate in public.
Disappointing, but understandable.
Okay. We appear to have covered all the questions. Any more? No. Thank you. So, thank you, people. Well done. Okay, so I have a willingness from Councillor O'Malley to move. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Gary. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Yeah, just briefly, thanks, Mr Mayor. So this has been around for a while coming, and I know that the questions tended to focus on the heritage building, but there are a few other aspects of this change which are more, I think, potentially tidying things up, although I am quite interested in the concept of changing some of the rules around garages, because that may have quite an implication. But obviously the point being that we are going then into hearings, and and the hearings do have an incredible impact, in my opinion, on the committees. I've seen staff reports completely overturned after the evidence has come in and the committees considered it. So it's always a little bit dubious to take the early reports and treat them as if they're going to be the final version. Now, obviously, there's discussion around that this could have impact on house values, but it is also in response to the fact that there's been a lot of requests in the public to protect the heritage of the city, and so this is about starting to head in that direction. There will always be a moment in which you change the status of a building and someone has already owned it beforehand and when it had a different status. But if we use that as the reason not to move forward, then obviously you could never move forward because that cannot be avoided. So the real issue is what's the effects of those on those owners later compared to the objective of protecting those heritage buildings or the heritage in general, and that's the purpose of the hearings. So that's it, really.
I'm all for protecting our heritage buildings as long as it doesn't impact on basic ownership rights. And I realise that there's a bit of a balance here. My concern is that when you keep introducing new rules and keep adding new buildings to those rules, that rather than the intended protection of heritage, we can get a counter-intentional feature where people get scared off owning or investing in heritage buildings because of the compliance costs and the really quite onerous sometimes resource consent processes. Over 40 years, I've personally saved one heritage church that was 130 years old, a 160-year-old farmhouse that would have been demolished otherwise, 2 large 140-year-old villas, and a 120-year-old commercial building. And the 120-year-old commercial building was the more recent one that I did. And I found that the requirements over the last 40 years had tightened up and made things much harder, to the extent that when I wanted to paint the commercial building, which was at 104 Moray Place, it's just next to First Church, that I had very, very limited options in terms of what colour I could use. And ironically, the colour that I was able to paint it was called Dutch white. The power and control aspect of bureaucracy is something that I think we as elected representatives need to keep in check. With all the best intentions in the world, staff see a problem and they see legislation as a way of dealing with a problem. But not having had the practical experience of actually doing up a lot of buildings, they often don't recognise the counter-intentional features of new rules or widening the rules to include a lot more buildings. If I had had to try and do up the old church in Dundas Street, which I did 40 years ago, if I'd had to do that now, I couldn't have done it. Now it would be that much more expensive and that much more worrisome in terms of what I was able to do and what I would have to get compliance for, that we would have lost that building. The original church owners already had plans to sell the bricks and turn it into a motel car park. I had to work very hard to convince them not to do that, to sell it to me, and that I wanted to restore it. And I was able to restore it in those days with very little money, doing most of the work myself. I simply couldn't do that these days. The requirement for heritage plans, which can be tens of thousands of dollars very easily, the requirement for resource consents also can be completely and utterly onerous. And the feeling that you don't actually own this building that you love and that you really want to do something with it, but that you are simply basically some kind of actionary for what a bureaucratic mindset is on how they want the thing to be dealt with or to look, is something that we need to keep in mind. So I can vote for this, but it's with those reservations. And those reservations almost tip me into not wanting to vote for it. I recognise that it's been done by staff with the best intentions and that it will have, in many cases, good responses and good results. But I worry about the 9 building owners that really didn't want their buildings to be scheduled, and they're going to be anyway. And that some of them might not have been wanting to knock the building down and might have actually wanted just to do something different with the building. Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting to be. I saw you had me lined up. So, thank you. I will be supporting this. I know that it's about adding 146 additional scheduled heritage buildings and over 24,000 hectares of public land to the schedule. So biodiversity value as well. And this is a tough one because we're talking about what's in our white papers versus what's in our grey papers. But the process I can fully support. I do look at some of the interesting nature of what's on the list. I also look at and realise that there is a lot of things happening behind the scenes with different properties, hence the Stewart Street property that that was referenced earlier. But I also note that a lot of it is about building envelopes, it's boundary fences, it's even an arched entry gate. You know, there's other things that make up a heritage or make up significant protection. And so it doesn't stop people doing what they may want to do with a property. But it is ensuring actually what we are known for as a heritage city. And we've got some wonderful heritage architecture. And when I look around on this list, and it's not all buildings, there are some fascinating things that are on this list. And when it does go for public consultation, I think the public will enjoy reviewing and seeing what there is. But more importantly, the owners, the registered owners of these properties will also be able to go through the process. So it is open consultation and everybody will have a chance to voice their opinion. So I'm supportive of proceeding with the next steps.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Wiley, for covering off the process. We have the tidying up aspect, we have the 24,000 hectares of land, increasing biodiversity, and in a city that cares about its environment, is known for that, that is significant, and the addition of some trees. The heritage buildings have certainly taken a focus today. I find it interesting that in the ROS survey, people clearly in the city value heritage buildings, and it's almost like I'm hearing around the table, well, yes, but not if I own the property. And I do find that difficult, and I do find it difficult to hear colleagues talk about, in a negative way, about this process, given how much we promote this city because of its heritage buildings. I compliment the staff on their thoroughness and their extensive work on research, and I just want to say very briefly, so as not to disclose the building, but I had an epiphany on a family story through this, and it was quite something, I can tell you, and I will tell you offline. But I thoroughly enjoyed reading all of the researched information. It was so rich. I think we need to focus on the positives around the protection of heritage buildings. For goodness sake, we heard the outrage in our community around the building in Stewart Street. So surely this has to be a positive. And people don't understand out in the community, and it's not helped by what we say around this table. People out in the community don't understand the advice that they can access. They don't understand the Heritage Fund and the potential to access that either. So in this idea of scaring people off developing, well, actually in this city, we've developed some incredible people and their skills who have done amazing things with our buildings. And I mentioned by name a couple of them, for example, Laurie Forbes and Stephen McKnight. Aren't we lucky that we have people in this city who develop these buildings, restore them, and earthquake-proof just along the way, and are prepared to do that and provide creativity in terms of the ways that they achieve that, but within the rules. So thank you, staff, for the excellent job you've done in terms of this. I really look forward to this process. And I just say to members of the community that are watching this, it is not a process to be afraid of. It will enhance our city, and it has the potential to enhance the building that you own.
Thank you. Councillor Hurland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I have to say I'm very divided on, because I, like everybody else around here, I think one of the huge assets to our city is our heritage buildings. And, you know, I love looking at them, and I think they're really special. They're quite a unique selling point for our city, and a lot of people do come here to look at them. So I fully support looking after the heritage buildings. I just wonder if there's a way we can do this that's more collaborative, rather than coming down by saying you have to be on this list. I just think it seems a bit I just don't like the fact that people are being forced into being on this list, when I wouldn't mind if the people bought, if people buy the house knowing it has heritage value. I have no issue with that. My concern is that when you buy a property and it's not listed heritage, and then all of a sudden the category changes. If that was me, I would be really upset by that, because you may have plans for the property and all of a sudden a lot of people aren't overly keen on buying a property that you have to get resource consent to do things. And Councillor Vandevers is correct, does go down to the colour for paint and different things like that as well. There can be, not always, but can be a lot of restrictions on what you can do with that property. So we have to be aware when we vote for this. This could be a very big change for many of those owners. However, what probably will sway me to support this motion is that only 9 people, apparently, according to staff, have indicated they're not overly happy with it, while 9 people, I'm sorry that they're upset about it, and I understand why they're upset about it. That means there's more than 100 that are okay with it. So to me, the majority do seem to be okay with that. So thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Every house I've lived in, I've only been there for a snippet of that building's life, and I'm willing to bet that's more or less the same for all of us. Most buildings, even perhaps the glass-clad ones, are around before we get here and will be around after we go. We're only guardians of the buildings. And as I've mentioned before, we also need to remember that time moves on and things change. What wasn't thought of as heritage a few decades ago now is. And again, I remind people that if they don't believe me, go into Toitu, the things that weren't even invented when we were born in a museum. Why would we expect buildings to be any different?
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, Councillor Gilbert's right. Many of us are approaching our own vintage status. Essentially, I am happy to vote for this because what we're voting for is consultation. And Councillor Gary, I echo your thanks to the staff for all of their mahi and all of the positive aspects of this. It's a test and refine via submissions and hearings. We seem to have gotten caught up on a lot of finer details on this, but this is about a plan change. And in our papers it says the advantages will allow a submission period to start on a plan change that will allow a range of improvements to the plan, including protecting our heritage buildings, providing for health activities in an enabling way, and making numerous minor improvements to remove unnecessary consent requirements and to increase the efficiency at which the provision achieve plan objectives. There it is, very simply, in the advantages for adopting option 1. So that's what I'll be voting for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I certainly wasn't meaning to speak about this because I thought it would go through because it seems eminently sensible, but I just do want to talk about the support for heritage buildings and being part of the Dunedin Heritage Fund along with Councillor Benson-Pope. We've seen many of the buildings that are on the list come through, and we actually did ask the many building owners to put themselves up for being scheduled, because we do have a fund that we can help those buildings with, and I find that most heritage building owners are very passionate about their buildings and want to contribute to the good of the city by preserving them. I do agree, as someone who grew up in a heritage building, that sometimes it can be a lot of work, big home renovation, but I also see that when we go back to our ROS survey, and we see that the highest level of agreement was Dunedin maintains and preserves its architectural heritage at 74%, plus our heritage city, where over 50% of our visitors come for heritage. So when we talk about economic development, this is part of it as well. Around the process, I don't think we're inflicting stuff on people. There's, as outlined by staff, there's a really robust process. There's many of these buildings have asked to be scheduled, and they're all part of our precious city and our precious landscape. And yes, we do put some rules around it. That's we have a particular building that kind of skirted around the rules and painted itself bright red. So there are reasons for having those discussions around the painting colours, and I think we're pretty good at that.
Thank you. Councillor Benson Pope.
Just briefly, in support of previous comments, the simple matter is you can't tout your city as New Zealand's leading heritage city, actually, and not take steps like this. You cannot have it both ways. And I think we've got a responsibility to respond to the concern that was demonstrated in the community about the surprise that a building that people valued had no protection. And this is the appropriate response that had been going on prior to that little crisis, but it's a good response, and it's not onerous on people. They're not shut out of the process. If anyone is affected by a plan change like this, there is an extensive statutory process to protect their rights.
Okay. So, just a very brief comment, and which actually echoes Councillor Benson Pope's comment. I agree entirely. If we want to call ourselves a heritage city, then we need to do this, and things like this, and also referring to the Dunedin maintains and preserves its architectural heritage, is either neutral or positive for 93% of people. So it's very strong that the people of Dunedin want us to be a heritage city. Your right of reply, Councillor.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think the thing to remember is that any protection that is coming and comes through with this plan change is primarily around the protection against demolition. That's the primary objective, and I'm not going to belabor the point because I think it was belaboured a lot. How can a building get heritage status if it requires nobody to own it first? When it changes its status, it will be in ownership of somebody. And we either decide not to go ahead and ever change the status, or we know that in fact that will be the effect. And then we have to look at, as in part of the whole consultation, what is the impact on the owner for that, and that will be taken into consideration. But this is quite similar to the scheduled trees schedule. It is something which is able to be seen by the whole of the community. It affects the environment of the community as a whole, and therefore it has an effect on the community which is potentially greater than just the ownership relationship between that and the owner. And I think that is the balance we always take. But if we don't protect these things, and to Councillor Gilbert's point, all of these buildings were under threat of demolition in the 70s because we considered them ugly back then. And then they managed to get old enough and they made it through. And if we had simply acted at the time, we wouldn't have a heritage issue because we wouldn't have any heritage. It is important to protect it, and often the value, you may not see the value in it today, but the value 20, 30, 100 years later, long beyond us, is when it really, really gets its value, and that will be what will come out in the hearings, and I'm pretty confident that the outcome will be good.
Okay. So I'll put the motion, it's in your papers, it's on the screen behind. All, come back. By division.
Councillor Eklund.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wetherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
Thank you, and perhaps we can also have a unanimous vote for adjourning for lunch till 1 o'clock. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All in favour say aye. There we go. Come back. Please resume at 1 o'clock. We've got cameras. We've got lights. We're ready for action. Councillor Hernan might be wild. Where's anyone seen Councillor Vandervis? There's bells ringing, or you just phone?
They're ringing.
Right on. So, are we ready to go live, or are you live already? Okay, here we go. Albatrosses are arriving in Dunedin. Well, they're arriving at Tairoa Head. I don't know that any will come and land in the Octagon for us, but certainly at Tairoa Head. So, speaking of which, we're now going to talk about sustainability framework, and I welcome Ms. Nadia Wesley-Smith and Ms. Alex de Blick to the chairs again, please. So, do you have any comments to open, or straight to questions? Straight to questions. What questions do we have? No questions? No? Surely. No? Councillor Walker.
So I'm just making sure I put my hand up before because I do have a number, but I'm just getting myself in order here after lunch. Just one is in terms of potential typo here in our papers, and I'm trying to work out which page it's on, but it talks about in September 2023, a report on comparative analysis for city portrait and SDGs was presented to council as a request from councillors. A key point in the report was that they were not entirely distinct, we know that, and each represented different approaches to supporting sustainability at different geographical scales, with the latter specifically designed for cities. Surely that should be the former. The whole point of the city portrait was it was designed for cities. And
yeah, this is correct.
yes, exactly. So it's just a typo. It's an important typo.
Good eye. Okay. Now, did you have a range of other questions as well? Or was that it? Okay. In the interim, are there any other questions? We have none. Oh, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Just in the wider sense, much and all as we enjoyed the workshop we had, and I have my beads prominently displayed, waiting for my granddaughter to see them and grab them. But there's no conflict between the general goals of the Sustainable Development Goals and what the city portrait is structured on. That's correct, is it not?
Yes, it's correct. In fact, the city portrait includes the SDG in the initial framework.
Maybe something for the debate, but it's true, isn't it, that the international conspiracists amongst us, not necessarily amongst us, but in the community, view the SDGs as an evil undercover conspiracy to remove democracy from the common folk?
I wouldn't like to answer that one.
Neither of you.
No, we can't comment.
Do you then, related to that comment that you must have seen on social media and elsewhere, do you think there's any risk if we give greater profile to our support for the SDGs of us attracting unnecessary attention?
So it's going to attract two attentions, people that are going to hate it based on the conspiracy that you were talking about, and there's going to be a lot of actors that are already familiarized with the SDG and are going to be very used to how they work. So namely the University of Otago is using them already, and there's a range of other stakeholders that know very well about them. So it's going to be, there's going to be two approaches.
Okay.
Microphone.
given that as you said in answer to my first question, that what we're currently doing and the SDGs are not in conflict, they're complementary, would it not be possible for us to continue the work, say, with the city portrait, given that how much has been invested both in time and money in that work, and also to endorse the SDGs as a philosophic basis for what we do?
I just probably like to mention, and just referring to the sort of around some activism that's happening around it, I think we need to put a program of engagement around this, and we need to do that with either the city portrait methodology or with what SDGs, what that looks like. So as long as we're wrapping engagement and education and awareness around it, then I don't see them being in conflict with one another, and that would have to be taken with either option.
Okay, but in the case of the city portrait, the staff are basically ready to begin that community engagement part of the process, but not so much with SDGs.
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Gary?
Just want to check something with you, and it's on page 131, which is around one of the reasons that we adopted as a council the development of the city portrait over the SDGs, and the other option was around how conceptually stronger it is, and in terms of visualisation. Could you unpick that a little bit, just enlarge upon that a little bit?
So the city portrait is based on the image of a donut that you've seen in the past, and the concept is strong and easy to visualize. If I refer back to, we gave you some examples of some donuts. Let me find the page because it's going to be easier to see. So on page 146, you have the Devon donut, which is how the concept works. So this is actually a website. So on paper, it doesn't give as much as a visualization that if you go on the website, but basically people can click on any of the item and see what it is measuring, what's the goal, and where the council is tracking. So that's how it's visually appealing.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, I'm surprised there's not more questions here, and forgive me for a number of the questions about to come, because while I was away in Europe, I missed a workshop around SDGs, and I can either of you just give me a brief reason why that was held? What was the purpose of that? Does anyone know, or can anybody in the room answer that?
We had a request to hold one, so we did.
And so further to that then, we've moved in 2020, I think only 3 councillors voted against it, to progress with city portrait, and there was good reasons for that. I'm just struggling to understand why we're here now, because there'll be fundamental questions I actually want to ask the zero carbon team. So can I ask why they're not here today? Because I'd like to know from them what's not working perhaps with CP that might with SDGs, for example. And I'm taking this all goes back to the strategic refresh, the weaving that we talked about. We've done a lot of good fundamental hard work around this. And I ask the question because I'm worried that a lot of good work that we've done and invested in potentially may get lost because of a decision we make today. That's a very big question, but it's an important one.
And I can't answer all of that. All I can really say with certainty is that we were asked to provide this report, and we have.
And this is a decision for council, right? And that is why, and staff are now seeking clarity around whether you wish the work on the city portrait to be progressed, or if you don't, what direction you want to give staff around the sustainability framework you want developed.
That goes back to one of my earlier questions. Why do we not have the zero carbon team here? Because I would have liked to have asked them questions, because they're the people at the coalface doing the mine.
look, I think you've got
Terrorist
a few. I
cultures.
would, if I could, Mr. Mayor, just suggest that you, Councillor, you ask your questions, and we'll see if between us we can answer them.
Question one? No? Okay. Rightio. We've done with questions then. I have no more. So, thank you very much. And at this stage, Councillor Gilbert has indicated he would like to move option B.
So no, we need option B. We need to something around A first, I think.
Really? Oh, so, okay. So you think we need to do part A and part B? Is that what you're saying? Righto. So,
Yeah, I just need 2 minutes because you can't just jump straight to B. We need an A first.
okay. So what do you need 2 minutes for? I can put that up and then discuss. Okay. Thank you. 2 minutes. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Motion in front of us. There is on the wall. Councillor Gilbert is going to put propose the motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Barker. Okay.
I've never made any secret of the fact that I'm a huge supporter of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals framework. And while I know that there are some, as Councillor Benson Pope alluded to, that think that anything that has the UN associated with it somehow makes it something that should be avoided, I believe that the SDGs are the simplest, most universal and universally understood option out there. Other options, including the city portrait, are often unwieldy, hard to navigate, and even harder to implement. Yes, time and effort and money have all been spent on the city portrait, but that to me is not a reason to continue with what is, for many, an impenetrable framework. Our own documents pointed this out almost exactly a year ago when, in the reports for the council meeting on the 25th of September, it compared the limitations and strengths of both the city portrait model and the SDGs. On page 414 of that report, points 56 and 59, it mentions that city portrait, quote, requires expert technical support to scale to different stakeholder applications, e.g. communities, citizens, local businesses, DCC employees, etc. And that, quote, there are communication challenges associated with the city portrait as it includes the donut economics theory. Its brand and profile may not be as strong as the SDGs, e.g. no icons, labels or badges. By contrast, the negatives for the SDGs, on page 413 of that report, for anybody wanting to look it up, items 47 and 50, included, quote, a noted limitation of the SDGs is the large number of indicators and policy that does not translate easily to a city level, and that there are no, quote, no open resource guides and resources available for adapting SDGs to a city level, unlike the city portrait. London, Bristol, Los Angeles, New York, Orlando, San Jose, Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Auckland, Waimakariri and Waikato would tend to differ with that opinion because they are just a few of the councils that have adopted the SDGs and incorporated them into their operations. Other options might be more interesting from an academic perspective. However, I'm reminded that if you search for the definition of academic, you find not of practical relevance. Surely if we are to make any headway in the development of a sustainable city, an area that has been highlighted earlier in today in the ROS survey as an area that Dunedin residents want us to focus on, we need to have a system that is understandable, approachable, recognisable, effective, and doesn't require expert technical support at every step along the way for every level and style of engagement. A practically relevant system. I believe that the SDGs are just that, and much of the work has already been done by other cities and councils. In fact, we only need to look as far away as the Waikato District Council for an excellent example of integration and reporting. I urge all councillors to support adopting the UN SDGs as the sustainable framework for DCC and, by example, the city. Let's show that we are serious about making practical steps.
Who are the speakers? Councillor Barker.
I support this, the alternative framework based on the SDGs, and the city portrait's been 4 years since we started looking at it, and I believe that it's too complex. When I look now at the key reasons given in 2020, I don't agree that it's user-friendly and easier. I don't agree that it's a better visualisation tool, and I don't agree that it's a better reflection of DCC responsibilities. When I look back, I actually regret voting for it, and I was a relatively new councillor, and I didn't know how time-consuming, costly and confusing this process would be. There was definitely not enough information at that report at that time. Since then, I've learnt to ask a lot more questions and understand consequences a lot more. When I look at the city portrait versus the SDGs, I love that it's goal-orientated planning strategies. It's easier to understand and engage with. It's got clear paths for actions. The SDGs have 169 actions under each goal, and you can choose which of those actions you go after its well-known brand. The goals are even prominently displayed in our own library on the first floor. The City of Literature is aligned with them as well. It's got great holistic themes and it aligns with the wellbeings, although we admit that the cultural needs some work. The Polytech, the Uni, the ORC are using it in New Zealand, so there is a common language for us all to work to those goals together. The government itself has signed up to it in 2015. It also, I found out, aligns with the LGFA lending. And LGFA says, as part of our commitment to sustainability, LGFA will seek to finance or refinance indirectly via councils, projects and assets that deliver positive environmental and social outcomes and align with and contribute towards meeting the UN SDGs. So it's an advantage when we look at what LGFA is doing. They're offering loans across 9 green project categories and 3 social project categories. So it was good to find that out. When we look at the city portrait, I don't agree that it makes communication easier. It fries my brain. I have an economics degree and I can't read the small print. It's very difficult to understand and communicate with others. As Councillor Gilbert says, it requires expert technical support, which is expensive and unwieldy. It's a snapshot in time versus dynamic, doesn't provide any guidance on practical actions. It's too theoretically based and complicated. Just look at page 144 for the public engagement. That's really confusing and challenging for older eyesight. Most of the elements in the city portrait is outside DCC control. Just 1 of 10 is something we can have a clear impact on, which is waste. The rest is ORC stuff: air quality, biodiversity, soil health, pollution, habitat health, coastal marine water bodies, and a couple of others. That would probably be better for the ORC to look at. And the other examples that we've got in our papers is UK regions using it, not cities. At the time of 2020 report, we were told that other cities were looking at using the city portrait. However, we don't see any. I couldn't find any that have. But then we look at Waikato, who've beautifully incorporated it in with their PO. So that's a really beautiful example. They've done all the work for us, which is great. And then they've also aligned all of their actions in the city with what they're doing. So really easy, clear visualisation. So I think that what I love about the SDGs is they're action orientated towards the future. The other model to me is just too academic. It's too impenetrable. The SDGs are practical and goal orientated. Well, the key thing, I believe, is that if we want to take people on a journey, we need to make it simple, not get tied into knots with complex methodology. SDGs are simple and we need to apply them in a simple way so we can get actioning on them, growing the beans instead of counting them. Wearing my SDG necklace today, which is a really visual way of showing the goals that I believe in: climate action, sustainable cities and communities, no poverty, zero hunger, and partnership for the goals. The way forward, I looked at what Waikato have done. They adopted the SDGs in February, March, and we could copy their sensible process, identify the priority goals, work with stakeholders, implement and monitor. The Waikato Wellbeing Project is a great template to use. Not that we're stealing their work, but there are lots of other models out there. So I would love to see this integrated into the strategic refresh so that we have some really clear goals and we're able to communicate those easily with the people that we represent in our community.
Yes, I'm very keen on the UN SDGs. I think it's a worldwide framework and it's a really good structure. And it's a structure that has been a long time in the evolution. So a heck of a lot of work and development has gone into it. And it has spread around the world as a result. So there are, hundreds and hundreds of cities around the world using it. And certainly I've been to Brisbane and seen the amount of work and effort that they've put into it there, and they are winning accolades at the United Nations for the work they have done. And it has enabled a range of economic opportunities for them as well. And when we look for what other cities are using the city portrait, it's quite difficult to find. Really, there's only one of prominence. And I went to a presentation of theirs, which I found essentially impenetrable. And I have a chemistry degree, and the chemical nature and elemental nature of the city portrait is, perfectly understandable, to my eyes, but it's not understandable in the eyes of the general public. And whereas the SDGs have very clear names, and it's very easy to see both in the graphic that goes with, and the words, the few words that name the goal. It's very easy for people to have a rapid, very quick understanding of what they're about, and they can, in any given situation, just as the councillors that attended the workshop found, they can easily identify which of the goals that resonate most with them, because everyone has different goals that they are most personally attached to, and that will be the case with this, I believe. So I think that the public of Dunedin, if you had to take a sample out, in the Octagon right now, for instance, you would find essentially no one that knows what the city portrait is, but some that might have an idea what an SDG is, especially when you say a United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. They can easily understand what that's about, and they'd be perhaps interested in finding out more. And of course, us adopting it will bring our focus on sustainability to the general public and spread the word. So I think it'll be very useful for us. Councillor Vandevers.
I agree very much with Mayor Raddick when he says that everyone has different goals. And my belief is that every city should reflect the goals of its population, and that every city should have its own goals. I'm very pleased that Councillor Barker has pretty much summed up my reasons for not voting for the city portrait the last time round. I anticipated that it would just be the beast that it's become, so glad to see and happy to vote for it. But in terms of getting all the work done for us by adopting another international set of sustainable development goals, to me that's just plain lazy, and it does not reflect what we need to be doing in representing the particular issues that we have here in Dunedin. And one of those main issues, as I see it, is having no marginal seats here, not being able to rely on much support from government. We need to look after ourselves and row our own boat. The United Nations Goals Framework is an unnecessary international straitjacket, in my view, for our local government. And we already have too much constraints for what we do here because of New Zealand central government. New Zealand central government constraints I accept and can see value in. We are part of New Zealand after all. But I think that we need to develop our own particular goals here in Dunedin. We don't want to jump on something ready-made and imported, just as we shouldn't be jumping on the ready-made and imported ideologies that seem to be quite popular around the table at various times. It's our job to represent our public. So A, certainly. B, I'd like the opportunity to vote against. And C, well, it's neither here nor there. We can't afford in many ways, financially and otherwise, to have the city portrait. It's a mess. To instead go for the UN goals framework, to me, is just a lesser mistake.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unusually, I'm going to quote the Provincial Centennial Committee from 1939 and something they said to begin my debate. And what they said was that what was said about them was that they had flailed around in an unseemly and embarrassing manner, seizing one idea only to drop it in favour of another. And that's what it feels like to me, colleagues. I find it extraordinary that after all of the work that has gone in to this particular decision, which was made for good reason, whether you agree or not, and we're just getting to the part where we're about to do the work to communicate with the public. So it's not a surprise the public don't understand this, because we haven't done that work yet. And please remember that COVID was in the mix too in the early stages of this. Do I adhere? Do I support the sustainable goals, the UN goals? Of course I do. They're described as the world's to-do list. They're described as the people's goals, and who can rail against something like zero hunger, no poverty, gender equality, etc. However, the city portrait builds on those goals, and it can be user-friendly if we allow the staff to get on with the work to do that part of the job. The concept is stronger in terms of showing progress, and it better reflects DCC's responsibilities for the entire city. One of the things I think we need to think about is if we swap it out for the UN goals, then one of the disadvantages of not doing the city portrait is around reputational risk, because we already know the community doesn't have a lot of trust in us, and how on earth can they when we keep swapping and changing our mind like this? Yes, of course there's a place for that, but I don't think that the reasons are valid in this case. There are limitations to the SDGs. They're global in nature and limited in terms of practical application for local indicators. And there is a missing link for both of them, but less so for the city portrait, as far as I understand, and that's the cultural component, which is not possible. And if we really do believe that Te Taki Hururu, our Maori strategic framework, is important, then we wouldn't be saying we're going to get rid of the city portrait. It's aimed at developing countries, and perhaps we feel like a developing country, at the third world country at the moment, given the government we've got. But we know there's no open resource guides available to adapt it to a city level. There are in the city portrait. I like the fact that science is used to measure the ecological impacts in the city portrait. I like the visualisation tool. I like the fact that targets and indicator are science-based and flexible. And I like the fact that there's an opportunity to connect, collaborate and support with other cities around the world as they develop their city portraits. The SDGs complement the city portrait and vice versa. And I believe as a city that is concerned about ecology and the environment, that this is the one for us. It's a bit of a chicken and egg at the moment in our organisation, because we've got all of these things going on, the strategic refresh and so forth. And I do hear around this table often, why haven't we done that? Why haven't we progressed that? Why haven't we finished this? Well, folks, if we continue to change our mind at the rate we do, then is it any wonder? And we know our staff are under the pump now. So in terms of staff resourcing, I cannot overstate the concern I have around changing our mind in relation to our staff resourcing. And also given that many of you, and we all support this, the idea of going line by line to find out savings, why on earth would we waste our resources, time and money that has been spent to date on this and change our mind? So the SDGs are focused on 17 global and national measures, whereas the city portrait uses the ecological ceiling as well as the SDGs, and these then translated to a local level to demonstrate or promote the city's global impact. And surely we should be concerned about which one gives us the best in terms of our city for our unique part of the world, and I believe that's the city portrait. So I cannot, colleagues, support the motion.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Climate change words are certainly not actions, and nice that you speculate on behalf of others, Mr. Mayor, regarding people's grasp of various climate action models. We are seriously about to consider a change which in essence not only bins some of the work carried out since we voted to pursue City Portrait back in 2020, but we are also choosing to further delay work in our climate work yet again while we watch the year just gone breaking all-time high temperature records across the globe, while ice melts at record levels, flood and drought is affecting, as we speak and sit here, millions of people across the globe and taking lives. And we decide, or looks like we're going to decide, it's a good time to go back to the drawing board. Why on earth would we do this at this juncture? And why would the fiscal conservatives around this table even entertain the thought of spending ratepayers' money to in essence replicate much of the same work but in a slightly different way? And why would we choose to put an extra burden on what I can see as an already heavily burdened team sitting across the road upstairs? From my reading of the papers, this seems scant and at best flimsy reasons for asking our staff to begin with alternative models that are similar iterations of largely the same work already done. Reinventing the wheel very much comes to mind here. And this all in the context, as I think Councillor Gary touched on, of our own coalition government that seems to have purposely expunged the word climate from its political discourse. Seriously, when was the last time you heard the word climate emanate from any cabinet minister in a productive let's do something way? The word has disappeared as quickly as the polar ice caps are melting. And as John Drummond so succinctly stated in yesterday's ODT, for those who read it, this is the context in which our current government has abandoned its emissions control targets for 2030. In other words, your government and mine has given up on keeping global temperatures increases to the Paris targets. And as a reminder to you all, we were presented in 2020 with a number of sustainability framework options. NZ Treasury's Living Standards Framework, UN Sustainable Development Goals, and the Thriving City Portrait. Council voted to adopt the latter. I can't speak for other councillors, as 3 of you voted against the 2020 motion, but I certainly voted in favour. In fact, I moved the motion as I consider that this particular framework was the most appropriate for further development and adaptation to the Dunedin context. And our zero carbon team supported that decision. City Portrait has the advantage of allowing you to downscale the donut economics model to a city level, which the SDGs don't. I think of it as giving us a snapshot of Dunedin's ecological and social state at any given time, and that's really important, while also recognising our need to respect the well-being of people across the world. And again, as Councillor Gary says, nobody disagrees with the laudable goals of the SDGs. And of course, the environmental health of the whole planet is inbuilt to both of those. People struggling to fully understand that, understand the SDGs shouldn't be the City Portrait shouldn't be an excuse not to use it. And of course, we can keep the framework, but just adjust the language, as I think we plan to do, in a way that's more grabbable if needs be. We don't need to chuck it all out. There's many things we all deal with every day around this table that people in the public find complicated. That's why we pay people to make that difficult stuff more accessible, not only for the public, but also for us. Option 2, pause the development of City Portrait and explore options based on sustainable development goals may as well be rewritten in my mind as pull back on our zero carbon commitments and explore other options while Rome burns. I don't care what I hear around this table today, but this has emanated from somewhere, and that somewhere is the cause of yet further delay to probably the only issue in modern day politics that we can't afford to delay. I simply cannot support that motion up there in front of me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When considering this and looking at the 2 different models, I guess what I'm asking myself is which of the 2 models, or have either of the 2 models ever been used to us to make a decision? We are, when you look at the city portrait and you look at the 9 margins for the environment, as is pointed out in the report, we are actively working on climate change, which obviously leads to ocean acidification and biodiversity loss. But land conversion, air pollution, ozone depletion, chemical pollution, nitrogen, phosphate loading, and freshwater withdrawals are not climate change. Well, freshwater withdrawals might be climate change actions. So the idea that this is now being conflated to we have gone back on climate change approaches, I don't agree with that linkage. None of the activities that we have started in climate in the Carbon Zero 2030 are being pulled back because of a change in methodology for measuring. And in fact, we're trying to still go forward in the face of the fact that there's no some central government funding has been withdrawn. This is a measurement system to determine whether or not your actions are having an impact. I just don't know why we have to spend so much time on the measurement system instead of the actual impact itself. So to those who are complaining that dumping this means we've dumped everything, I mean, I don't agree with that. I mean, I look at our biggest impact is transport, the second biggest is standing energy, and we were doing these things before the Carbon 2030 team turned up even. They've simply carried that action on. We didn't need this to build the transport things we were building, because we were building those for an efficient and easy use system which allows all users to achieve access. That in itself brings you those social and environmental outcomes. Our water and freshwater removals and pollution, we're covered by statute on that, baby. Te Mata ROI has absolutely controls that now, and in a way that pushes us to a place we have to go anyway, so we don't need this to go there. I guess the point is what is this tool being used for, and just have one or the other make any real substantial impact as to where we're going to go forward. And I guess I would argue no, because in fact I would argue that we are going forward because we are responding to the social aspirations of the people of the city, and those aspirations are quite progressive, which means we do well on either this or the SDGs. And I'm more inclined to say it's not such a bad thing to measure things, but if you make that the first thing that you do and then you act later, you're spending all your time measuring and then you're not acting. I tend to like to go in the other direction and say things are obvious, act on them, and then you're going to hand draw this in anyway. You're not going to actually be able to calculate the actual distance that goes in and out on the green or the red, because it is in the end a matter of opinion, a lot of it. And so we could quite literally take a Sharpie out at the end of the year and just hand draw it in and probably be pretty close to what our impacts have been. And we'd be able to say, yes, we're getting better here, we're getting worse there, but we kind of know that anyway. We have our own strategies, right? And a lot of them are to address this as well. So this is like an additional level of analysis. I don't know if it actually really does anything in terms of informing us to make us change our direction. If it does, then I would say, well, identify that for us, and then we can say that's the important bit to be kept. But if it's not actually causing us to make any differential changes, then it's a measurement system. And that's it.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I'm going to be quite brief, actually. I'm going to support the motions in front of us. One thing I'm hearing from speakers that aren't supporting this, it feels like they're saying we're tossing all the previous work out and we're going in a different direction. I don't see that. I see a lot of the work we've done in the last 3 years is actually going to be picked up and can easily be incorporated into the SDG and the process we're going down. There is nothing that I can see from the work that's been done that actually is going to be irrelevant or basically discarded. It's all going to play a part going forward. And so I'm fully engaged on that basis and saying, you know what, I voted against it back in September 2020, and I think this is going to be a stronger pathway forward.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. As those of you who also came onto council in October 16th know, I've frequently spoken against neoliberalism as both an economic and a political philosophy. I often think of Charles Hamilton of the jet boating family, who spoke in The Sale of a Nation, a documentary made in 1991 by Bruce Jesson, and Bruce Jesson is still 40 years later making more documentaries about who actually owns this country. And Mr. Hamilton spoke of his abhorrence of wastefulness. He talked about the values that he grew up with in that family that innovated the jet propulsion engine. And he talked about the systemic and, in my opinion, criminal waste of human resources and choosing to have at least 6% of our population always unemployed. So I too have a similar abhorrence of wastefulness and of human resources. And for me, this motion signals a similar intention to just dump all or disregard the work done by the Carbon Zero team, who have laboured across the organisation to stop working in silos and engage other teams in this dreaming. And so I congratulate and thank the Carbon Zero team for their thankless task in trying to corral us. And it's not about, to me, it's not about measurement. I don't pretend to understand the city portrait, but I can see that it offers hope. Because from my understanding, Kate Raworth's donut economics model gave rise to the city portrait, which at a time of COVID-19, when we were all locked down, it presented us in the so-called global north the opportunity to break the paradigm. And I see the city portrait as part of this. Tangata whenua from Ngāti Tūhoe were inspired to redraw the donut from their own Indigenous perspective. And I think on many issues, Indigenous nations here in Aotearoa and throughout the world have been waiting and waiting and waiting for the rest of us, the global minority really, to catch up. So I question those around the table for their lack of understanding. If people can actually have a dream instead of doing this tiled old sustainable development goals, they're important, but they're so vast as to be unreachable. And unlike colleagues, I did not enjoy the Bead and Proceed workshop, nor did I make a bead necklace, because I could see cultural appropriation in the presentation, and it just was anathema to me. So I'm not going to support this.
Very good. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did a paper in master's level in sustainability, and we covered quite a bit on circular economy and donut economics, and well, not so much in economics. I'm looking over at the economists sitting there who don't correct me on economy things. It's not my thing. However, sustainability is, and I'll just read you something here, and it just says this is about the United Nations Sustainability Goals and circular economy, and it says, and I've just done a quick Google, I picked up numerous things saying similar stuff, is that UN Sustainability Development Goals have been badly off track. International policy makers are scrambling for solutions that can both revitalise the current SDG agenda and drive more effective action on humanity's big challenges in the future. The circular economy offers clear potential in this area. It seems to me that, I personally don't mind which one we choose, but I think probably the better, both are good, but possibly the better option is the circular economy, because it creates everything, it looks at things from a much more sustainable point of view, but it might be a bit confusing for some people to understand. It's not, but it can be made clearer and more understandable, but either thing is good, but both of them actually help each other. And I fully support the UN Sustainability Development Goals, but I also think a circular economy in an ideal situation is the way to go.
All right. Your right of reply. Oh, sorry. Get that.
Just briefly, I'm concerned that this isn't a logical step. We know that these analyses are always going to be complex and always present challenges with communication with the community. But I regard a shift like this at this time as not only ill-advised but extremely wasteful. And I want to just draw your attention to a comment in the paper on page 133, where in paragraph 12, in the middle of the steps, it talks about a plan for SDG implementation. And halfway through, you'll see the sentence that says, this could be done by creating a new strategy. So it's not making use of where we've been. It's not focusing on the fact that we've got a strategy that we, by considerable majority, agreed to. And then it says one with a clean slate. So don't tell me the work's not being wasted. And I, for that reason and many others, because I think it is a retrograde step and doesn't make sense, I'll certainly be voting against this recommendation.
Brilliant. I think, any other speakers? Councillor Gilbert?
Well, there's a lot to reply to. Not that I will reply to everything, because it does seem minds are made up. However, to Councillor Benson Pope's last comment, I'd point his attention to the second word of that sentence, which is could. It isn't stating the way it will be done. Councillor Barker mentioned the City of Literature, University, Polytech, ORC, Government, LGFA, many of whom are key partners of the DCC. No cities, hard to find cities that do it. My look, I could find Glasgow, Portland, Philadelphia and Amsterdam that were doing the city portrait, but that was pretty much it, and even then it was two of them were investigating it. But I agree that we do need to take people on the journey. To Councillor Gary, some of her comments, just because a decision has been made in the past doesn't mean that either it was the right one. I'm not saying it was or wasn't at the time. I'm merely saying that time moves on, things change, perceptions change, the landscape changes, so it may not be the best one for now. And so changing our mind can be the correct thing to do if there is a better option, regardless of what has been spent on it. The line "good money after bad" comes to mind, not that it's entirely applicable, but Councillor Walker, there are quite a few things in there. You said that this emanates from somewhere here. I am one of the ones that has asked for this because I firmly believe that the city portrait is the wrong framework to adopt. I campaigned on the SDGs, and I've seldom heard anybody other than people around this table who thought that the city portrait is the correct one to do, mention the SDGs, and they refer to it as the obvious choice. So I'm just going to leave everybody to their own minds. We've had plenty of information, we've had plenty of discussion. I personally want to thank Bridget, because I got a lot out of the Beat and Proceed workshop, and I think if for no other reason than trying to work more closely with our partners, we would do well to align with the University, the Polytech, the ORC, etc. But I will leave everybody to their own minds.
Okay, so we'll take it by division. Can be? Yeah, oh yes, sorry. Of course, well, naturally in parts. We have to have one before, we have to do part A before part B, so starting with part A.
Resolution A. Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Benson Pope, would you mind repeating yours?
To the microphone.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lefiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley. Yes. Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 10-5.
Part B.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 9-6.
Part C.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 14-1.
Very good. Moving on now to the next item on the list, number 10. South Dunedin Future Risk Assessment and Update and Program Changes. Mr. Rowe and Mr. McLean to the desk. Do we have any opening comments?
Just some very brief comments. So, in short, the work that we had plans to complete by September has been completed in terms of the technical work. What the position we're at today and the recommendation we're making in the paper, well, to note in the paper, is just that having seen all of that, we now think it needs a little bit more work to get to a standard where it's should be released to the public, presented to the council for decisions, and then for what we think are going to be some quite impactful conversations after that to be made on the basis of. So basically the headline is we've done what we said we were going to do, but we think we need to do a little bit more.
Okay. Mr. McLean, no? Questions, councillors? Councillor Barker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of questions. Just want to make sure that, are we still going to hit the date for the final plan?
Yes, at this stage we're still planning on hitting the end of 2026 for the final plan. So we do, the table in the paper talks about there's some quite big gaps, so a 5-month gap between when we were originally planning to release the risk assessment and when we were planning to consult. But because of efficiencies elsewhere in the program and we can catch up over Christmas and things, it's only a 1-month gap, so we think we can make that up.
I see that a big part of the work is around the, just let me find it, I can't find where my question is, but I know it was about the street levels of the buildings, and I wonder, is there an easy crowdsourced way to do that, or is that quite a technical thing? You can't just send everyone out with a tape measure to give you the information?
It's both. It depends on the level of accuracy you want. So at this stage, one of the issues was that floor levels based on the building code at the time of construction. That's proved to be problematic in that I don't think it's particularly accurate, and our sort of observations on the street have supported that. So at this stage we are doing some observational assessments, which essentially mean we've got a GIS app on our phone, so walking the streets and making an observation from the gate around is the floor level of the house based on the sort of primary entry to the building, 1, 2, 3 plus steps above the ground. Essentially the average step's about 150 mil, and plugging that data into the GIS app, and that gives a very, very different picture of the estimated floor level and a much, much more accurate sense of what the vulnerability is of buildings in South Dunedin if you get a flood at a particular height, where that is relative to floor levels.
I just wondered, given the community's interest in this, if there was any way that we could use the community to feed that information back to council. I know I'm being quite simplistic, but there's a lot of people out there that are really concerned about this, and how do you get the information as fast as you can? So I would wonder if we had a methodology around doing that.
We've had a look at a few options. We've had a talk to the surveying school at the university. We've looked at doing it through Google Earth in terms of the street view, and a few other options. But considerations around kind of standardisation of the data collection methodology and having a level of confidence in that data has meant that we've landed on probably the best approach is just having staff walk the street. So one staff member can do about 80 properties in an hour. So I think the 6,500 properties, we're about halfway through.
Just a question on that, how are they looking in terms of height?
It varies enormously. We are starting to develop some, for example, one trend that is emerging is that higher floor levels sort of in buildings that were built in the 40s and 50s. So after the big floods in the 20s, there's a sort of peak and then it appears to tail off again. So there's going to be some quite interesting trends in the data that emerge, I would imagine.
Fascinating. Thank you. Councillor Gary?
Just a quick question. So it's quite labour intensive, the work you're doing on that, from what you've said. Do you have enough staff resource to complete that?
Yes, we do. So we're currently, we have to complete the work by about the end of October. So we're just looking at opportunities to line up visits to South Dunedin with some sunny, warm weather. And we have other staff outside the immediate program that are helping us with that as and when they can.
Excellent.
Councillor O'Malley?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. To the Three Waters flood model and the level of detail and confidence that's required, I guess something that I've had discussions with Mr Ward on other things, but Three Waters related. What's the level that you need to be able to assess or make a measurement of and get back to floor level as well, versus saying actually if it was this number, let's say a 20 centimetre flood, it's going to flood a lot of houses. I mean, I guess, so the floor level just starting with, do you have to accurately know that there's so many at 100 mil, so many at 200 mil, so many at 300 mil, to already just know that if a flood is over a certain size, it's going to be damaging? And I guess it gets to the point of, do you need to know how damaging or just that it is damaging before you go forward? And the other one being, what is this model, what level of accuracy we're talking about here that we need to wait for the rest of it to be refined?
Probably the best way to answer that is to give you a look under the hood of what the current risk assessment says. So the current model was developed in 2011. There were some updates in 2013, and then I think they've merged the South Dunedin model and the St Clair model in about 2016. So it's had, to use a cell phone analogy, it's had the odd patch update, but this is the first kind of full upgrade of the operating system. So the new flood model is going to be based on the 2011 LiDAR, which is obviously much more detailed. So it's going to provide surface level flows of groundwater. It will actually be able to incorporate the individual mud tanks in the system. So rather than just assuming that the water hits the ground and makes it into the system, they'll be able to dial up and dial down the performance of the mud tanks, for example. So you'll be able to say, okay, well, there's a relative efficiency there, or the water's landing, but it's not getting into the system and it's pooling. It'll be able to tell us what the interaction is with the groundwater. So if you get heavy rainfall and the groundwater level rises, how much infiltration there is into the both the wastewater and the stormwater network, how that reduces the volume and the performance. So all of these kind of metrics that we don't have today, and that'll make the model much more accurate in terms of predictions. And when you run your scenarios and play that out over time with rising sea levels, more intense rainfall events, you just get a better picture of what it's going to look like. It's a very subjective question around how accurate do you need to get it. I think that's kind of on a balance of judgments across kind of professionals and policymakers is where you land on that. What we saw when we looked at the current draft of the risk assessment is that partly because of all these assumed floor level heights, you get these flat lines of zero risk or no risk, and then a big jump up from, say, 2% of the houses at risk, and then it jumps up to 27% risk, then it shoots along in a big step, and then it jumps up again. And intuitively, we know that if the groundwater is increasing, sea levels rising, we get more intense rainfall events, there should be more of a kind of incremental, if not linear, certainly sort of more gradual increase in that. So we just were left thinking that while groundwater is likely to be the hazard that ultimately determines land use change in South Dunedin, pluvial flooding, so rainfall flooding and surface flooding, was the genesis of this program, and it's the lens through which most people view the work. So we didn't feel like we could go out with a risk assessment that had some big gaps in that rainfall, pluvial flooding data, and that narrative, if you like, and that we felt that we couldn't accurately assess the vulnerability of buildings if we didn't have a better read on what the actual floor heights were. So you might run the flood model and it nicks a corner of a property, or it nicks the corner of a building, and it says, okay, well, that's flooded. But if we don't have an accurate steer on sort of what the floor level is, we don't know whether that's just a nuisance flooding that's touched the corner or actually catastrophic because it's gotten in the house. So that's what we're trying to get a better handle of. And if we are going to go, and as we signalled in July with the paper, if we are going to go out with maps that illustrate high, medium and low risk on people's properties, we want to know that we've got that right. And we didn't want to be in a position where we presented something to you now in September, then got a new model, a new flood model in the new year, ran that and got some slightly different maps, and then had to come back and say, we think things have changed.
I mean, I guess I'm getting to it's a more philosophical approach. How often do you measure before you start acting, and how much do you need to know before you know you've already got these issues? So we know we had a roughly a 20 centimetre above the floor, so about a 40 centimetre flood in 2015. Wouldn't we just have a number to say, because if you get in the overland flow numbers now and you go, it's going to get this deep onto this many millimetres of rain, blah, 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 just say we don't want it to get above this number of height. And then we'd have to have an intervention one way or another beyond that, and getting to the intervention. So back in 19 or 20, Tom Dyer was head of Three Waters at the time, and they brought up the split flood model and pumping at that point. When we come up with a generic model like that, I would have to call that as nothing more than generic at that stage. To be able to either advance it or reject it, does it require particularly fine measurements, or does it actually say, well, this would be able to knock 15 centimetres off a flood if it was here, and that would have an impact, versus saying how many houses do you need to know exactly how many houses that would be affected by that flood, or you could say somewhere between 10 and 15 as opposed to knowing it's 12.5.
No, each of those elements kind of adds up to a higher level of confidence, right? So putting the floor level numbers aside, we wanted the new model. We've always wanted the new model, but we were in a position where we were saying, okay, we're working on the basis of best available information. Can we wait another 6 months for this model? We decided on the basis, no, we couldn't, for the reasons you're saying, probably it's good enough. But once you see that, and once you see the risk maps, the draft maps, once you see the graphs, just didn't quite add up for, I think, the level of the consequences of the decisions that we were going to ask council to make. So we just felt like we needed more information. Then, similarly, if you're waiting then for the new model to come, what else can you do in that time that adds to that? And collecting the floor level information was something that we could do.
Very good. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley actually piqued my interest with some of the questions he asked. The key thing, though, was a 40 centimetre flood going back to 2015 in Hargreaves Crescent was different to the amount of water that was in the lower lying part of South Dunedin, in Cavill Street, for example, or Crest Street. So how does that work?
So basically that's, a variety of factors, right? One is the specifics of that individual storm. So you'll have different intensities of rainfall and volumes of rainfall falling in different parts of the city over different times. You've got the well investigated and documented variation in the performance of the stormwater network. So, in certain parts of that area you'll have mud tanks that are blocked. That might mean sort of localised higher levels of flooding. There's just a rate at which water moves across, the 2 or 3 kilometres that it needs to move across from the hills to get to the plug hole of South Dunedin, which is, the pump station at Portobello. There's obviously the performance of the issues with the screen blocking there. Interestingly, one of the trends or data trends that's emerging from the floor level analysis is that the floor levels are higher in Musselburgh than other parts of South Dunedin. So the lower, in the lighter areas that are lower, the floor levels are actually higher, which might help to explain why there's more limited flooding. So these are the types of insights that we don't unfortunately have, because there wasn't great data collection in 2015 in terms of flood heights and where they were. There wasn't as good a knowledge as we have now around the performance of the system. So in some ways we're trying to kind of reconstruct some of that and sort of project it forward. And I think, there will always be more that we can do and more information we can collect, but my expectation is that by December we'll have these 2 pieces of information and we'll have a really good risk assessment, and then we'll be workshopping that with councillors, and in the new year I think it's going to be ready to go public.
So my next question, as you're going around looking at step heights and things like that, are you also looking at who's on piles or who's on a concrete slab? So obviously where water can run?
Yeah, we are. So the app has the ability to add in notes. So while we're trying to stick to a standardised methodology so that you get some consistency in the data collection, we are asking the team to kind of step back and say, okay, what is the specific context around an individual structure? For example, I've had a lot of houses that I've stood at the front gate, looked at the building, said, okay, well, there's 2 steps up to the front door. However, there's kind of 2 steps down from the gate as well, and there's a little localised depression where the garden is. And actually, if I look around in terms of the context, in a flood that would likely just fill up with water, and effectively the floor level's at the same height as the curb, and it's lower than the crown of the road. So, you'd log that as more or less at ground level. So, absolutely, and this is one of the really tricky things, is trying to assess all those localised variations, and it goes to a point that was in the July paper. The actual specific property-based risk is really, really difficult to assess, because there's so many individual factors, what the foundations are, what the condition of the building is, what sort of impediments there are to water flow around it, what the depressions are. So we can't do that level of analysis for every property in South Dunedin at this time, but we can use this information to get a much better feel for sort of city blocks and that whole of study area, so that we'll be able to make planning level decisions and infrastructure investment decisions for the whole of the suburb.
Looking back on 2015 and looking at where you're at now, do you think we've missed a trick back in about that 2015, 2016 period, where we had have taken the time to interview a lot of the house owners or property owners or tenants in the properties? And so we had on video how much water was in the property, what effect it was on them, like a 60-second video with their description, their address of what took place. And rather than, I think you showed a map at one point that nearly 40% of all tenants that were living there, or residents who were living there in 2015, have since moved on. It may have been higher than that. I'm just thinking about how we could have collected a lot of that data a lot more effectively back then. But even then, with some of the residents that are still there, we could still potentially capture some data from them.
Yeah, I mean, hindsight's 20/20. I think if there were certainly some lessons learned from 2015, and I think if we had a similar event tomorrow, we would surge a lot more effort into data collection for the reasons that you've outlined, so that if and when we're planning a response to that in the future, it's really informed and based on, some good, robust data. We have, as part of the engagement process, we have discussed before and continue to think about whether or not we do put out a bit of a call for pictures, photos, or stories from people that were there in 2015 to try and build that data set. It may be something that we look to do later on in the process when we look to sort of sense check what we've got currently with what happened in 2015, and if we can sort of geolocate the photos and get an accurate estimate off the photos of the flood depths at particular times, we can help build that picture. It's just, it'll be a question of, you know, effort and reward.
Just a quick question in between. Does the those higher floor levels in Tainui, which is a low-lying area, do they correlate to construction in the 40s and 50s after the 20s?
Mr. Mayor, I'd have to check the data offhand. I can't tell you that.
Yeah,
but we will be able to provide a whole lot of analysis about what the trends are.
It was only that you'd said earlier about the 40s and 50s being higher following the the floods of the 20s. I was just curious if those houses with the high floor levels in Tainui were an example of that correlation. It doesn't matter. It's only a curiosity.
I'll make a note, and I think we have some workshops scheduled with councillors in November and December, and we'll present that data and talk through the trends.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Are you getting any meaningful information from GNS or anywhere else about vertical land movement or subsidence?
Yes. So colleagues at the ORC just a couple of weeks ago have put some really sensitive GPS monitoring equipment in South Dunedin. I think there's half a dozen sites around the place that are going to sort of complement and provide a much more accurate measurements to the work that's been done by, I think it's the New Zealand Sea Rise program that looked at some vertical land movement. So there is a sense that some parts of South Dunedin might be subsiding, particularly bits that are on reclaimed land, but we've got some monitors in place now that are going to tell us exactly that.
But there's no suggestion that the speculation about a wider subsidence across the east coast of the whole South Island is of concern.
Not at this stage. We don't have data to support that. In fact, I would say vertical land movement is a much bigger issue for other parts of the country, and relative to Dunedin, not so much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Excuse me, sorry. In point number 20 on page 154, you talk about the costs associated with it, and obviously it's a lot more labour intensive than you had planned or budgeted for. So I'm just interested in you talking about maybe partially offset by efficiencies elsewhere and hoping to cover the cost within the overall program.
Yes, so we, as an example, we always expected the new flood model to come online. So we were anticipating bringing that into the mix at a later stage. So the additional expenditure that might be involved in doing that now, I think we're still looking at the finer details, but it might just be bringing forward expenditure rather than additional expenditure. We're obviously using staff time wherever we can. We hadn't anticipated doing some formal surveys of the house. So the visual inspections that I mentioned before that staff are doing on their cell phones, we just want to QA that as well. So we are anticipating engaging a sort of professional surveyor to do a sample of houses just to make sure that we're not kind of way off. And there might be some additional cost in that, but I would anticipate that would be in the low tens of thousands and be absorbed within the existing program budget. Yep.
Very good. Are there any further questions? I see not. Very good. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, so at this point, I'd like to move that we note a review of the draft risk assessment for South Dunedin, and that some information gaps and limitations have been identified, preventing the final technical report. And also note there's work underway to come up with an updated flood model and collection of building floor levels, which will feed into that report. and note that the report is expected to be released publicly in February 2025, which will be quite a significant report of great concern and interest to the people of South Dunedin. And a copy of this report will be considered by the Otago Regional Councillors on the 25 September 24. So, seconded, Councillor Mayhem. Very good. So, in speaking to this, it's a very significant piece of work, and the team have been working very hard, very diligently for some years to get to this point, but they're pulling in more and more detailed information in terms of the floor level data, but also the information from GNS Science, and have put to bed some myths from the past in terms of the water levels, groundwater levels, and put some a considerable array of sensors and flow meters and water level measurement in place, so that our knowledge of the area is getting more and more. Simultaneously, various models for dealing with the floodwater have been developed, and it will be, I think, very reassuring for the people of South Dunedin as we move forward to have some concrete ideas or some certainty about how to handle the stormwater in the future in the area. Because I think one of the things that the ongoing consultation has shown is that people want to stay in the area. People like living there, and they want to stay living there. So I think it'll be very reassuring. My expectation is that we will be able to reassure them that they are able to do that to a certain degree. So we look forward to receiving that risk assessment and finding out even more about the situation there. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Gary.
I just want to acknowledge the work of Mr. Rowe and the team in relation to this, and I really appreciate the consideration around taking time to get this right, because we know that the people of South Dunedin and for the city as well, but for them, this is something that's going to affect their everyday life and the decisions they make. It's long awaited, and what happens next will be based on this to a large extent, and we need to get that right. So having all of the facts is going to be important. So thank you for taking your time to get it right and clearly working extremely hard to gather all of those facts.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
If you look at some of the photographs of the 2015 flood, and there are a number of very good aerial photographs, you see at a glance a perfect representation of where the high and low points were, the extent of what was flooded, what roads crowned and what didn't, and that was almost 10 years ago. In my view, you can ask for facts and do all sorts of investigations, and it can be a lifelong and interesting study. But at the end of the day, what needs to be done, I think, is to have a very hard look at what was done prior to 2015 that resulted in the extraordinary, I think, $175 million worth of damage and the personal trauma that so many people went through there. Look at what was done prior, look at what has been done since, which has not resulted in anything like that kind of flooding, and decide that there are actually quite straightforward actions that you can do that don't require a decade of facts and investigations and discussions and hooies and all the rest of it. I think that we have done a lot of the things that are necessary to prevent the 2015 flood happening again. But I note that we seem to have been slipping a wee bit again with some mud tank cleaning exercises. A moderate rain again produced quite a flood in what I call Lake Ulverston, just a mud tank just south of Queen's Drive recently. And Facebook had a number of similar complaints around the city. We need to keep what infrastructure we have cleared. We need to make sure that we don't have silt build up in the pipes so that they do drain and clear effectively even under relatively low rainfall events. And let's not catastrophise the low-lying nature of South Dunedin, which after all is a metre and a half above sea level in the main. When there are parts of the world where people live quite happily 5 metres below sea level, and they just make sure they keep their pumps running.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay, Councillor Wiley.
At times I sort of struggle following on after Councillor Van der Vis. This is actually more than mud tanks, and I agree with some of the comments that Councillor Van der Vis made. But again, and he and I were on the same page around infrastructure issues back at that time. The key is actually how to look forward, because you know what, we are going to get another rain event of similar magnitude, if not worse, at some point. And it's a case of ensuring that actually we're doing everything we can to minimise any impact on South Dunedin or any other community around the city. But I think the part being is that I like the fact that there is some, what I would call interesting work taking place, where they're actually looking at properties from walking the streets and looking at it. And I think a lot of the people that are still living in South Dunedin are still happy to share their tales and their information for the betterment of the city. And I think as long as we're capturing all that input, whether it's some sort of data set, portal, whatever, but I think as time goes on, we're going to lose a lot of that factual of what people live through. And I think that's the part that I look at. I've gone through quite a few houses in South Dunedin at different times. We've had different hat on, and when you go through, some of the foundations in that area are very, very poor. And, you know, there is a lot of land issues on that basis. And not, again, that's historic. It's not just related to the flood. And I think that's what also comes into play is the potential of foundations failing in some properties and things like that. Taking on the Mayor's point, he raised an interesting a question around when were houses built in South Dunedin and on that basis. And I'd love to see some data from council records that would show actually when streets were developed, when areas were developed, because my understanding of the likes of Cavill Street, it's probably through the 20s that a lot of those houses, in the early 30s, that those houses were built. And then you look at other parts of South Dunedin, St Kilda and Tainui, you know, what took place when, and then obviously Hillside Workshops were some of the earlier properties as well. So all that comes in and tells a story, and I think the more that we can put those pieces together, a bit like the question I asked about, you know, a house on a concrete slab is going to have a different effect on water and where it goes versus a house that is built on piles where the water can actually flow through under the house and slowly drain away as needed. So there's a lot of interesting information. I think I hope we're capturing it. I've got the sense that Mr. Rowe and his small team are doing that. But I think there's also the ability to tap into our high school students and our university students, just in the same way that we look at how student science projects take place at Tomahawk. You know, utilise the young minds that we have around the city to play a role as well.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think this is just for noting, isn't it? But I'll be supporting this. And I just want to thank Jonathan and his team, Ian and others, for the work they've been doing with this. There's been a lot of engagement, and it's hopefully coming to the point where we'll be able to divvy up between fact and fiction, and we can sit down and actually have some hard facts and say this is what is happening now, which we've got to that point now. I think in a lot of places we can say this is, some of the things we're seeing from a scientific point of view because of the work with GNS. And this, based on that, this is also what we predict will happen. Sometimes with predictions is a bit of a crystal ball, but the more information you've got, the more, the better it is. And I think this research and this information and this engagement is probably, I don't think I'm exaggerating to say, probably world leading. And I think some other countries and cities around New Zealand will be looking at us and how we deal with this, because it is an area that has had a lot of profile already. It's a larger area that is being built on from over water. So, I think there is a lot of interest in this, and I just think I'm very grateful we're doing this. It is costing a lot of money to do it, and the things that will come back from this will, could be horrific on what sort of costs we've got to look at. But then we know what we're dealing with. Otherwise, we're blind. So, thankfully, with this information, the facts and figures, we can then move forward.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor van der Vis that we shouldn't be catastrophising South Dunedin, but neither too should we be underestimating the work that's required there and the severity of the situation that we may face down the track and are facing now. I would also point out that whilst reference is often made to the Netherlands, presumably, as the country that's several metres, or the area that's several metres below sea level, I would also point out that there is a lot of research being done over there at the moment around how to better accommodate rising sea level, and using my German, my limited German, as the translation filter. One of the ones in 2019, the rising sea level is a greater problem than we think, and the Netherlands has no plan B. Well, we need to make sure we've at least got a plan B, if not a plan C.
Okay. I think that's it for speakers. I've got a few words to note. Firstly, referring to Councillor van der Vis, I agree that the aerial photographs of the 2015 flood do show a very interesting picture, and they show where the ground was flooded. Absolutely. However, they don't show why, and therein lies the puzzle that Jonathan and his team have been working to unlock, because, of course, the lowest ground in South Dunedin was Tainui, but it wasn't flooded. However, to my observation, that's because it's in close proximity to the pipes, to the pipes and the pumps, right? So the pumps there at Portobello Road work well for that area, being in close proximity, and the pipe work being relatively new. And by contrast, the area at, say, Surrey Street is quite a long way from the pumps. However, so we have done some things, and the mud tanks and so forth were a very important factor in that flood. And nowadays, Forbury Road, which did used to flood on a regular basis, and the water would be running off the hill and across the road. Nowadays, it's some years since I've seen it running across the road, because the mud tanks and the Forbury aqueduct, which exits at Seconds Beach, is working well. So that's helpful, and thanks to regular tank clearing and some maintenance along the way. However, in 2011 there was an Opus report which had 3 particularly useful suggestions, and I'm hopeful that they can be incorporated into an overall South Dunedin flood plan, and they will add quite a lot of capacity to the stormwater system, and associated with each of those actions is pumping. So just as Councillor Vandervis points out, being able to pump the water out of there effectively is the key to the sustainability of South Dunedin, because it's rather like a bowl and the water settles at the bottom. So yeah, the only way to get it out is to pump it out, because it certainly isn't absorbed into the ground. Anyway, having said that, we'll put the motion for noting the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. At this stage, we'll have a break for 10 minutes because we're about due. And seconded, Councillor Fiso. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. not too late. Gentlemen, welcome Mr. Meacham and Mr. West. Do you have anything to say, or we'll go straight to questions? Straight to questions. Are there any questions? Councillor Gilbert.
Just the one on page 26, 6E, maximum trading hours, just for clarity. Clarity's sake, does this refer to the hours of trading chronographically, cumulatively, or both?
It's in a 24-hour period. It's their licence hours, so they don't actually have to be open that period.
As in, they can be licensed for 5 hours over that period, or they're licensed from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock? Either. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Happy to move the recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Question? Yep. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. On page 27, in reference to the club manager, so this refers primarily to sports clubs, and so it's what's proposed. It's going to be a discretionary, so the club doesn't have to have their manager on the premise after 5 o'clock, or there's more than 50 people. Is that? Am I reading? Is that how it is? It will be the choice of the club on that particular evening. Bearing in mind, it's only generally for most sports clubs, it's only about an hour of a time that they've got more than 50 people there, after the game or whatever.
It would be a discretion that the licensing committee can use, and it would depend on the risk associated with that club. And usually, without sort of pointing the finger at rugby clubs, they tend to have a lot more problems than most other clubs around the place. So by having a certified manager, they've gone through all the training, so they understand the law and what's required. So by having them there, they can make sure that things stay a bit more under control.
So it's at the discretion of the licensing committee at the time of the renewal of the licence. It's not the discretion of the club on the day. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, most clubs actually do have managers around, but it's the discretion on the committee if they actually put it on a licence.
Thank you. No other questions? Yes, another question. Councillor Wiley.
Mr. Meacham, after going through this previously, do you see anything that we're consulting on that that is going to be litigious later on, hence what we went through with the supermarkets and the previous, or do you think that most of this would be straightforward to, as you go through the process, that we, obviously there could potentially be challenges, but there's no major roadblocks that you're envisaging already?
No, the supermarkets no doubt will sort of jump up and down about the 9 o'clock closing for off licences, but there's an amendment introduced to the Act last year that removes any right of an appeal. So if they want to really get gnarly about it, they'd have to take a judicial review.
Okay. Any more? We've covered it. Okay. So thank you, gentlemen. This has been moved by Councillor Walker. Would you like to speak to it?
No, clear and self-explanatory.
Okay. Anyone? Councillor Mayhew.
Yes, I'd like to thank Mr. Meacham for the information that he supplied, particularly pertaining to Dunedin. So with regard to, and when we produce the draft policy here, I'm particularly focused on the demography of our district's residents, the overall health indicators of our residents, and the nature and the severity of alcohol-related problems. We are a student town. 1 to 5 New Zealanders drink at a hazardous level. It affects the wider community, mental health, crime, injury and violence. When we looked at the statistics pertaining to Dunedin Hospital, 51% of all cases presenting were alcohol-related harm, and largely that was the 18 to 24-year-olds. Overall, 57% of those were male. The hospital is mandated to record all alcohol related injuries. The average is 5 per day, and that is broken down into categories 1 and 2 being immediate or imminently life-threatening or potentially serious. So that's 5 per day average, 14 a week are triaged in the imminent or potentially serious category, and 5 per month present to ED with level 1 life-threatening conditions. We also see that findings to marketing, exposure to alcohol marketing and youth drinking, there's an international evidence that shows persuasively that alcohol marketing is a leading cause for early onset of drinking, adolescent age, and also binge drinking too. So this is something that I really think we have a responsibility as the carers of the young people visiting our city as students to make sure that this policy is thoroughly consulted on and that we put some safety measures in place around alcohol harm for our youth in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further speakers. All right. So we'll take these separately. We'll see how we go with the first vote. And so part A, I'll just call it rather than go for division. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Part B, noting the chair of the panels has exercised his delegation. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. Carried. And C, notes the panel will consider the submissions and report back to council. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Well done. Item 11. We'll have the commentators back to the chair, Mr. Mitchin and Mr. West. Any comments to make? No. Any questions to ask? This is submission on a new strategy to prevent and minimise gambling harm, page 161 in your supplementary agenda, number 11. A question. Councillor Gilbert.
On page 168, item 11 of attachment A, the DCC supports plans to regulate online casinos through a licensing system expected to come into effect 2026, and certainly the government's proposal does mention it very briefly that there will be a regulated system. Is there any, first of all, do we know what percentage of online casinos are located in New Zealand and therefore under our country's laws?
I'm unaware of any actually situated in New Zealand. There is one, I think it's in Sydney, I think it's closest to New Zealand.
And is there any information on how this regulation is going to manage the internationally based casinos that operate on the internet?
I've no idea, because with VPNs, you could be sitting in Dunedin, like as an example, during the last Rugby World Cup, I thought I'd just be smart and I'd set up a VPN where I was sitting in South London, so I was watching the games free to air, and there's no way of tracking it back to Dunedin. So I don't know how they're going to regulate against online gambling.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I see none. Thank you, gentlemen. This is a good day. Good day for some exercise. So, submission. Who's going to? Yes, I'll move that council approves the draft submission with any amendments, and authorise the chief executive to make any minor editorial amendments, and note that perhaps a delegate will speak on it in regard to the submission. Seconded, Councillor Houlihan. So, in speaking to this, gambling is a significant issue and a significant addiction for people, and a bit like alcohol. By the same token, it's a lot of fun for a lot of people. So it's really a tricky balance, to get the balance between the fun and enjoyment of the thing, and the addiction that befalls some people and the harm that is done. So it's important to have good regulatory regimes in place and good mitigation measures to deal with the consequences of it. However, I think history has shown that people do want to participate in these activities, and that just as they do want to enjoy a drink, and they do want to have some fun gambling. But so it's just a matter of mitigation, and I think our strategy and policy helps mitigate the harm. And so it's all about striking that balance, and which sometimes changes over time. However, that's it. You want to speak? Yes, Councillor Gilbert.
I will support this, although I still have significant concerns about our policy, as I believe that one thing that will definitely be achieved is driving people online and into the shadows of online casinos and gambling. I am struggling to see how the government imagines a licensing system for internationally registered companies operating solely online will work. If they have developed the technology to regulate the internet, it is both worrying in terms of where else this regulation might be applied, and exciting as our nation's debts are presumably solved, because I'm sure every country in the world would love this technology and pay us handsomely for the knowledge on how to do so. The idea that international companies will register because our government asks them to me, is tantamount to putting up a gate in the middle of an open field and expecting everybody to walk through it.
Right. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm pleased to hear you acknowledge the harm from gambling. I well remember your likening pokey machines to being similar to a chocolate wheel at a school fair, and it was a quotation that I recall way back from when you sat on a panel assessing Class 4 gambling. So I'm really glad to hear you say that there will be a delegate who will present this, because I think that is a wise move, and I would suggest that Councillor Lefiso would be a particularly good delegate to represent Council around the submission. I also draw everyone's attention to the stark stats from the Ministry of Health around Māori. 3.13 times more likely to be moderate risk or problem gamblers than non-Māori and non-Pacific people. And it goes on, and that is of particular concern. And so I welcome this submission, and I ask that we consider sending Councillor Lefiso as the delegate to present it at the hearings.
Councillor Wiley.
Well, I can definitely say that I wasn't going to be the delegate in my pro-gambling stance, but anyway, I noted that I'm one of the 11% of adults in 2020 that played electronic gaming machines, and yeah, I would say I also lost some money on the gambling machines. But no, in all seriousness, the note that I would like to have added into this letter is actually recognising lotto as gambling, and because there was no mention in our letter to the Ministry of Health, it is in the details around it, but actually the impact of lotto as a form of gambling, and that dramatically increased when all other forms of gambling shut down through COVID. But lotto was one of the places of choice for people to go and spend their money. So that would be my only request, is that an edit is added to recognise that lotto is a form of gambling and does harm. So thank you.
Councillor Walker.
I just want to back that up, actually, and I have a note here at the bottom of my notes, and it says, mention lotto adverts on TV, and I do find it extraordinary that we go through this in the context of the fact that the government, whoever it is who backs lotto, or the lotto board, spend millions of dollars a year presenting happy images of us partying with substantial amounts of money each week, both through sketches and lotto. So I'd fully back up that request from the previous speaker to have a mention of that, because it's definitely a gateway into other forms of gambling, particularly in the way it's presented on TV. So, back that up. I don't know how we do it.
Very good. We're done. Very good. I'll just make a point that my mention of the chocolate wheel illustrates the fact that even from a young age, people enjoy gambling. And so, I mean, it is a fact of the human condition. They enjoy gambling. They like altered states of consciousness. They like drinking. And the people that would attempt to enforce prohibition are the ones that are engendering crime in the community. And at least by having it in having gambling and drinking in safe places, places that do have some regulation and where those people that do get addicted can be spotted and receive help, that makes a significant difference to the outcomes. And so with gambling, if things all end up all going online, we'll have no idea on how much money is disappearing out of the country. And at least if it goes into institutions here, or places, venues, appropriate venues here, tax is gathered on it, GST is gathered on it, and a certain portion of it is recycled back into the community to prevent the harm and to help recondition those who are addicted to gambling. So I completely disagree with the idea that we should have prohibition. I very much think that we need to have as much mitigation and control as possible for those people that do end up getting harmed by gambling, and it's the same with drinking or drug abuse. Anyway, so that's my right of reply. We're done. We're now going to put the vote. Yep.
I'm going to have to answer that. I'm sorry, because once you've voted, because you're already way down the track.
Yeah. So, so it's been here we are to make the vote that we approve the submission and authorise the chief executive and the mayor to speak on it. So, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried.
And now, if I might, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'm going to take it with a show of hands potentially that a minor editorial amendment will be to include lotto, because otherwise because you'd moved to an approved draft without making any amendment. So
yeah.
So broadly, yes,
yeah.
Fine. Thank you.
That's fine. Moving on to item number 12. Well, hang on a minute here. Yes, 12. The litter compliance policy, that's right. No, just didn't cross that one off. We're doing well. So, Mr. McLean, but not Mr. Henderson, he was here earlier. It would have been a long wait. So, are there any, do you have comments?
I think, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Henderson had to go home, unfortunately. This is, you'll recall, on the 31st of July, you approved the draft litter compliance policy for public notification. We received two pieces of feedback from two individuals, and that's resulted in two minor changes, which can be seen on page 214, relating to collections in the CBD. Happy to take questions.
Fantastic. Questions? Councillor Barker.
I don't know if you'll be able to answer these. My first one was, has anyone been fined? I mean, we've got a litter compliance policy and some fining put in there. Do we actually fine people?
My understanding is that we do occasionally, but I'm happy to get the data, say, over the last year or two and circulate that.
My next question is just around when I look at the external engagement that was publicly notified, and it said that the feedback was received from the commercial collection company and amendments have been made accordingly. And my assumption is that the amendments are those two things in paragraph 12, which is the altering the time that the bins can be left out and altering the size of the cardboard bundles.
That's correct.
So have you got any more information on those? Because I tried to figure out the size of the cardboard bundles, whether they were bigger or smaller. It was just to make sense of it, about whether the collection company's wishes were overriding any of ours, because we get complaints from people about the bundles of cardboard being left on the street. So I just wonder if that was weighed up.
That's one I'll get some detail off the waste team for you.
Councillor O'Malley.
So as I read it, it's kind of follow up Councillor Barker's. It's primarily the size of a piece of cardboard and the recycling and the timing of pick-up events in the centre of town. There's a commentary in there about something about making a bit easier for officers to do their job. We do not appear to have addressed the issue of an address, any particular address in town where there's obvious amounts of broken glass on Sunday morning, always outside that house. And yet we would say that we have no evidence because we weren't there at 2 a.m. to see who dropped the bottle. This doesn't address that yet, does it?
No, the burden of proof is still upon us, so no, it doesn't.
Extend that to bars and stuff like that, where it's clear that the glass came from the bar, even if they don't know who dropped it on the street. Because to these particular addresses, I can think of one on the one-way system that I always go around the glass on Sunday morning. They are easily identifiable as being there the next day. It's always coming from that address. Are we really just going to say, do we really have no proof that it's coming from that address?
My understanding is that it's not the address it comes from, it's the person or people that place it in a manner that's deemed to be litter. So
don't create it, and we don't, but I'm just wondering if we'd ever be able to consider in this bylaw an activity which is generating it. So yes, the person has, but that activity has not done anything to control the fact that that material has left their building.
I'd take some legal advice on that, because that would extend the same to potentially fast food outlets which are readily identifiable.
Sorry, would that be such a bad thing?
I'd have to take some legal advice on how enforceable it was.
Just to that end, have any such outlets, whether it be fast food and litter, wrappers, or a bar with glass, have they ever been asked to install some litter bins outside their premises that they themselves would then deal with? Has that ever happened?
I couldn't speak to that. I know that quite a number of the fast food outlets do have litter receptacles, whether they be owned by the outlet themselves or very close by DCC. But no, I couldn't tell you whether they've been asked before.
It's just a thought. Thank you. Question, Councillor Gill.
Thank you. That's very posh, Mr McLean. Litter receptacles. I like that. On page 213 in attachment A, 1.1.5, it mentions about infringement notices can be issued if a littering offence has been observed by a litter control officer. So, do we have specific LCOs and/or are these authorities assigned as part of other roles?
We do have people warranted as litter officers. I'd have to find out whether there actually there are people in other parts of the business that may have that warrant as well, that might be out and about more often, but I'm happy to find that out for you.
Please, because my theory is that no matter how many LCOs we may or may not have, we've also got parking, we've also got a whole heap of other ones that are more likely or add to the likelihood of witnessing.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just wondering on page, be good if I could see it, 216, the list of littering offences, infringement fees. In a scenario, if I've just seen this before, I'm just wondering if someone had picked up dog poo with a doggy bag and then they're walking along, there's no rubbish bins, and then they see someone's rubbish bin there and they put their dog poo in there. It sounds like perhaps by this that is actually an offence, is it? Just clarifying for these people I've seen. Because it says here, if rubbish is deposited in public litter bins or public spaces, or it says further down on private land without the occupier's consent. So if you put it in their rubbish bin without them knowing, a dog poo, would that be illegal? Just to clarify for the people who might think about doing that.
I'm not sure litter bin would be deemed to be private land.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the intent of these regulations, but I'm happy to ask Ms. Bunt, who will be an expert in these, if you would like, but I just don't think it's the intent of the regs.
Right. We'll just see if anything ever happens in practice. Worry about it then. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Page 206, paragraph 7. I wanted to first of all thank the team for reviewing the policy to make sure it was in alignment with the Sophia Charter and vice versa. Did you have any further comments to make on that, Mr. McLean, at all? Any extra detail?
No extra detail other than it sort of speaks to the students taking responsibility for themselves, but also a collective effort to make the area safe.
Please pass on my thanks.
Right. Councillor Mayhem.
I'm not sure if you would have the answer to this, Mr. McLean, but I'm going to assume that with our new red bins that the incidence of fly tipping has reduced across the city, and but something I anticipated with the new waste system. And is fly tipping one of the ways that we do manage to give out infringement notice? Because quite often there'll be evidence in the rubbish, like an address or a name or something that can trace the rubbish back to the person.
Two parts to that. I think it's probably too early to say whether it's reduced the incidence of fly tipping, but that's certainly something we can review over time. And there, with evidence in fly tipped material, there are also challenges. The presence of a letter that has someone's address on it isn't necessarily an indicator of who put that rubbish there either. So I know that the team have followed up. They always follow up a number of leads, and sometimes it's people observing and taking photos of people doing that, which is a little bit more helpful. But they certainly follow up where there is some evidence.
Very good. I think we've covered the questions. Councillors? Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. McLean. Okay, so someone like to move that we revoke the existing litter policy and have the new one? No? Councillor O'Malley, seconded Councillor Mayhem. Would you like to speak to it, sir?
No, I don't see the need, thanks.
Does anyone need to speak? No, in which case we'll put the motion that Council revokes the existing litter policy and adopts the new one. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 13, submission on the ORC Air Quality Management Review. Mr. McLean and Ms. de Blick, any opening comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have some. So this is the ORC's pre-engagement. So this is not their formal submission process into their formal plans. So this will, feedback that they obtain through this process will inform the drafting of their air strategy and subsequent air plan. So there'll be more opportunity for us to make submissions. We acknowledge that there wasn't a great deal of wriggle room in councillors' diaries to pull everybody together. So we, staff right from across the business, worked on drafting this up, and a lot of it just simply aligns with council's strategies or other work streams, or indeed aligns with some of the submissions we've made to various agencies of late. So yeah, we do have one extra piece of feedback from a councillor requesting that we put something in there asking the regional council to think about tightening up the notification process on aerial discharge of herbicide, particularly in rural areas where there's domestic water take from people's roofs. So we're happy to incorporate that. And the final thing is I'll draw your attention to a minor typo on well, I think it's a typo, on page 224.14, where it says support the transition to clearer heating sources. I believe that's meant to say cleaner. Happy to take questions.
Questions? Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. I found this really interesting, your submission, which covered most things. And I also spent some time on the ORC's website, which I'd recommend people to do, because it illustrates the absence of accurate or current monitoring data is glaringly obvious. And we've previously bemoaned the cessation or pausing of monitoring in parts of central Otago on those bad airsheds, but Dunedin has got some pretty horrible ones itself, not just Mosgiel and Silverton Street and North East Valley, and I think from the live, almost semi-live ORC site, it looks like the air quality beast in the campus is working, even though it's not showing any data, but it's showing as being an active measuring site. But I see the one in St Kilda is inactive, as are the ones in Alexandra and Clyde, in places where there's a major problem. So could we have a look, please, at including an exhortation to reinstate, for Dunedin anyway, some active monitoring of air quality, in particular particulate discharges, because it's obvious from everything they say in their site about the importance of air quality that that particulate material from poor burners of whatever, but poor burners, is catastrophically damaging to human health. And I don't think it's good enough that I think we can leave the residents of Alexandra and Clyde to look after themselves, but I think we have a responsibility to Dunedin people to actually make sure that we have accurate information about the air quality in the city.
Certainly we can draft something up.
Thank you. Very good. Councillor Gary.
Asked and answered.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Mine is on the submission, attachment A, point 2. The first is, I guess, a rhetorical question, but there is a real question. Do we really need to point out what is surely the exquisitely obvious, that the importance of clean air? But if we do depressingly need to point that out, I would like to see something about the negative health implications on our produce and food caused by poor air quality. Is that possible? I mean, there is, the only mention I could find was Mahika Kai, which isn't quite the same aspect as simply more or less all of the food that we eat being affected by poor air quality. Could we add something?
Yep, certainly.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
Can we add to number 17, it's the buses, just can we add the Waikawaiti coast as well? You say in that bottom paragraph, increasing services, getting services to outram and increasing frequency of services to outlying areas, and you give Mosgiel as the specific. Can we just add Waikawaiti coast as another specific, because there's a big drive up there for more buses? And then on point 9, burning of waste in rural areas. I have a neighbour who I've since got to know, so now I know who it is, a few houses over, who used to burn plastic in the fireplace, and a massive odour goes across the whole neighbourhood. And when I called up to complain, I was told it was an as-of-right activity by the ORC inspector. So can we add, including burning of rubbish in fireplaces?
Or plastic more specifically, because yes, paper might be considered.
Using your fireplace as a mechanism, as an incinerator for garbage, is not the appropriate use of your fireplace, I guess. So I just want to add that in, because I was told by an inspector at the moment it's an as-of-right activity. inside. And so the point is that everything here is about burning outside, and that's what we're used to thinking of it. But there are people who will load up their fireplace and burn the rubbish there, and then of course goes up the chimney, and now it's outside. So I just want that added into the definition of burning rubbish, please.
Okay, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, and thank you for raising that. I know that problem well with my neighbours. I hope they're not watching. I hope they are. Number 18, in terms of the measures to reduce vehicle idling, just what are some of those measures?
I'll have to get back to you. I suspect there's a carbon zero added target.
So on that, in terms of minor editorial changes, it would be nice to have comma and maybe just an example or two. Such idling, such as. Thank you.
Some vehicles automatically switch off. Like mine. However, are there any other questions? Any other questions? I see none. Thank you.
Can I suggest that in removing this, we simply say and accommodate the various changes requested by council or something, because there were a lot. And someone else, did you
Okay.
catch?
With the amendment, with any amendment, with the amendments.
Capture all those amendments? Yeah, I've got it.
Okay. So we just, can we just modify then, please, can we amend the resolution which has approved the draft submission with the amendments,
Minor
as suggested by
amendments.
council?
Minor amendments.
Okay, on the ORC Air Quality Management Review. With the amendments suggested by council. And you can still leaving scope for minor editorial changes
The minor amendments suggested by the councillors.
with the minor, yeah, the THE. There you go. All right. Everyone happy with that? Does someone want to move it? Someone? Councillor Raleigh, seconded. Councillor Benson Pope. You want to speak to it, sir?
Only briefly, and to say that the air quality is actually a real issue for us, and I think that we need to be submitting on this and making sure that the ORC is. They have in the past, they're catching up now, but there has been in the past a tendency to be a bit behind the ball on some of this stuff, and I would actually acknowledge under Mr Saunders and the current chair that they are moving forward much better on this stuff, so it's good that we're putting our submission in, and don't forget the urban component of this.
Great. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I just want to back that up and agree with the mover. It's something I've banged on about for a long time, is the lack of discussion around air quality, around everything we do. And I think it should become an everyday part of our discourse. And if you've read the papers or done any research on this particulate matter, in our air is the silent killer. So the more we speak about it, the more we can do about it.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was the person who asked for inclusion of agricultural spraying, and there's a reason for that. I was horrified to learn that under the current rules, a helicopter can go up, a rural landowner can contract them to go up and do spraying for them. That's not a surprise. But what the surprise is they can do that in a semi-rural area where there are residential houses not too far away, and do that without alerting the most immediate neighbours. Now, we have 20,000 domestic self-suppliers in our city, so for those people, their water that they drink, certainly it may go through a UV system, it may not. But it comes in off the roof and into their tanks. And if you've got a helicopter going up and down, it might have, they have to have a flight path and they have to say what chemicals they're using, etc. But if you have a neighbour that collects their water off the roof and there's a bit of wind drift, then you don't know what's going into your water supply. And the reason I know this is this happened to me, and I can attest to the fact it was mighty stressful. Not only was our water supply in jeopardy, but our beehives, and the person spraying would have had no knowledge of other water tanks in the area wouldn't have had any knowledge of the beehives or other matters. It requires disconnecting your water supply, and as luck would have it, a mighty downfall that night, downpour. So it was all flushed out and we were able to reconnect after 4 days. But I was absolutely horrified that this can happen without any notification, and this is the mechanism where we can do something about this, because as I said, we have 20,000 domestic self-suppliers in this city, and it does matter, and it's such a fundamental thing. If notice is given, people can disconnect their water supplies in preparation for, be proactive, advise of whatever else they've got on their property, be it beehives or whatever. But at the moment, you're flying blind, and it is particularly scary.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to reinforce what I asked about earlier, I think we all know that a lot of burning devices to burn wood or coal are old and non-compliant with the current specifications, and I think it's not unreasonable to say that the ORC has dragged its feet on these matters. In some countries, there's been serious incentivisation of decent, much cleaner, low emission burners, and we know how damaging coal is in particular. But even in Dunedin, while they're not the worst air sheds in the region, there are some badly polluted areas. We know what the inversion layer looks like when you drive over the hill into Mosgiel lots of times, but there are other smaller areas of the city where it's not much better. And in those still conditions, when that pollution hangs around, it's doing serious damage to the health of our residents, and also to the regional council's own voters. So I think they do need to lift their act about performance in respect of air quality. As I said, I'm quite happy for the residents of Central Otago to fight their own fight, but I do want to see some action in Dunedin City, and logically it would make sense for such action to apply to those air sheds that have historically been monitored, where the poor air quality has been repeatedly and consistently demonstrated, to such an extent the regional council is not bothering to monitor it anymore, which speaks volumes for itself. So I'd like to see some action as a result of this process, and I think the best part about the process is that this is our first go at it, and we're going to have the opportunity to revisit the submission in a formal way when they produce their draft air plan.
Very good. Councillor Van der Vis.
I'm sad to relate that I've had a similar experience to Councillor Gary with helicopter spraying of gorse on the adjoining property to our rural property. We have water collection off the roof. We also have an access right of way, the only way onto the property, that goes through the property that had the gorse on it. And when I arrived one day in my car, they didn't just spray the gorse, they sprayed my car as well. And when I tooted the horn and got out of the car and waved my fist at them, they just waved back and carried on. They also thoroughly sprayed our wheel loader, which was on the access road, and the drift was quite significant. And I noticed that we used to have 8 pairs of rosellas in our particular little valley prior to the spraying. After the spraying, they disappeared and they haven't come back. The gorse that was sprayed, however, did come back. It took 3 or 4 years, but it's back again with a vengeance. So the spraying has had no long-term effect on the gorse. The real issue I had was when I rang the ORC, and they were completely uninterested in even taking a complaint. They were unable to tell me what kind of spray was being used. They were unable to tell me whether or not it had been authorised. And when I said, well, how do I just, how do I make a complaint about what we've been poisoned with? If I don't know what it is, they suggest that I get it tested. So I took my car to the Tahuna laboratory. They did swabs off the car, and they sent it away to somewhere in the North Island. The exercise cost me $800. And by the time the laboratory got the swabs, the whatever it was they were spraying had decomposed to the extent that they couldn't say what it was. But they didn't even test for the carrier that would carry the spray either. So just harking back to what Councillor Benson-Pope said about the ORC not bothering and having to lift their act on air quality, from my perspective, they don't have an act, they're not doing their job, and that if you get a helicopter privately engaged to do anything near or even over your property, turns out there's nothing you can do. The ORC are not interested, the police won't act either. So I'll just reinforce what Councillor Gary said, there is a real problem there, and hopefully something will be done about it in the future. I suggest a unitary council would be the way to go.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support this submission. It's time for a review, and it supports progress on our zero carbon targets. Otago towns are amongst some of the worst in the country for air pollution, and this is a human health issue. I feel very virtuous because I've got zero to emit, and I drive an electric vehicle, and I often wonder if nitrogen dioxide vehicles emitted a giant purple cloud that hung around us on a still day, people who drive petrol vehicles might reassess the situation if the pollutant they were creating was actually visible. We heard from Councillor Benson-Pope about the smoke sitting in the valley. It's so apparent in the winter on a still day. We heard from Councillor O'Malley about plastic burning and outdoor burning, which is a prevalent practice in the countryside where I come from. And, people might just worry that their washing's going to end up smelling like smoke. They're forgetting about what you breathe in and out of your lungs. It's so important if you look at the number of young asthmatic sufferers that we have in the nation. And a pet peeve of mine is vehicles left idling, and also single passengers in private vehicles. Again, people don't want to be inconvenienced, but imagine more electric bus services and just generally meeting our zero carbon targets as a city. So I support the ORC's work on this. It's fantastic.
Very good. I think we're there. Right of reply?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I think one of the issues I would actually experience in North East Valley, which to my recollection came back off the list of areas that the ORC was monitoring because they said it wasn't that bad. Generally speaking, though, what you end up getting is 1 to 3 polluters in a community of like 400 houses, and at 8 o'clock in the morning you can actually see the plumes coming out of the individual houses. It would be good to be able to get a prohibition on that so that you could actually just stop it, because it is quite literally 2% of the people are affecting 98% of the other people's breathing environment. It would be good if pollutants were visible. If you could see the CO2 that you generated from that car, you'd also be quite impressed, because obviously it's twice the amount of petrol you put in terms of volume comes out in CO2. It's a good step forward. I like our submission. I really am asking, and I think we've got a lot of our speeches, the OSC, to really step up to the table here and actually put in some good regulations that actually do protect us and give us clean air.
Very good. With that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 19. So, before we go there, I move that we extend the meeting beyond 6 hours. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So, gift of land, item 19. So we've got it moved and seconded. What about the questions? We have 3 gentlemen with to the table. Please take a seat, and then we've got a hand up already with questions. Ready? You had no comments to start. Councillor Gary.
Yes, I had a question regarding page 61, I believe it is, and it's 8B, and it talks about council taking all necessary steps to ensure the land is not used for camping purposes, including freedom camping. And I have a memory, and I just want to check this with you, of during the World Cup, that being used for overflow of camper vans, either that or land adjacent. I just can't recall. I had a look at the map, but I just can't recall. Were you aware of that, and what was the discussion around that condition?
That one. I think the World Cup was 2011. Yeah. So we now have the camping control bylaw 2015, and Portobello area, which incorporates this land, is a prohibited area for camping now.
I do remember that process very well. Yeah, so that's right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Also on page 61.10, it says the land will require attention. Can you give any commentary at this point about the nature, extent, time frame, imagine cost of bringing it up to, I think the phrase is open public space use standard?
Well, I think we've just indicated there that it's not in a condition to be used at day one. What we have is an opportunity to make decisions about future use, appropriate future uses, and that might dictate then how it is brought up to an acceptable standard.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā koutou. I've got a general question and then a couple of, well, maybe a specific question or two, but in general, given that the summary of consideration says there's no impact on Māori, or no known impacts, I'm just curious as to history in terms of when land, especially at Portobello, comes up, is there any, given our adoption of Te Taki Haruru, is there anything in place, mechanisms in place to discuss with mana whenua what happens to that land? I know legally, there's expectations.
It's a really good question, and I'm sorry I can't answer it in relation to this piece of land, but it is something that I will note down and talk to the team about what we might do. It's not often we get opportunities to have land gifted to us, and I think it is, especially given the location of this, probably a conversation we do need to have with mana whenua.
And specifically, so I can't remember where I read it, but so there's a possible future use will be a dog park. Is that the expectation of the vendor?
No, that's been raised in-house as something that is being looked at, and it's another location that could be appropriate to give distribution for dog parks across the city.
If you'll permit me one final mischievous question, could we buy it and sort of, say, yes, we're going to accept your terms, and then change the terms of use?
Effectively, we have a contract here, and we're accepting their quite modest terms, I think.
Very good. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I know through Rotary there's been times where we've offered things perhaps for free and said, can we get that? And then there's been objection from council because of the ongoing cost to upkeep them. And I'm just wondering with this, obviously $1 is pretty much, it's, free. Do you have any concerns about the upkeep of this? And what sort of ongoing costs do you envision?
So I'm happy to field that one if these gentlemen permit me, and the Mayor. I understand that you've raised things in the past like drinking fountains. So that I think this situation's a little bit different. This is a real opportunity to add land at a very minimal cost to the adjacent domain. So the opportunity for the community to have input into what happens with that land in the future, including mana whenua, it's an opportunity that's it's pretty good. The other option is to decline it, and potentially that would go on the open market from the Agricultural Society. So I think they're different examples.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Asked and answered.
Councillor O'Malley.
My question is broader. I get the impression we don't have a specific policy on whether we do or do not accept donated land, and the reason I have that perception is I won't give specifics, but I've sat in on some consent hearings where land was offered as part of the consent, and it was just turned down on a policy that we don't take land like that. And so my suspicion is that means if we're doing that and we're doing this, we don't appear to have a specific policy. So can you comment on that? Do we or do we not have a specific policy?
Councillor, if you'll permit me, I won't discuss policy so much as the council has had a history of leasing this land in order to show an interest in it at the least. It's technically been held for recreation purposes but never modified for purposes. So in this case, it makes sense now that the society is not in a position to look after the land and is prepared to offer through the mechanism of the lease to council first right of refusal that we take this land if we see that it has value for the community, which is what we're doing.
Yes, so thanks for that answer, but I'm not worried about this piece of land being taken over, but rather whether there is or is not a council policy in general to when land is offered to the council. Because I know that, like for dog parks, there's a general policy of we're concerned about dog parks because while you build them for us, then we have the maintenance that comes afterwards, so there appears to be some policy relationship there. But what about a piece of native bush sitting in a gully?
And councillors, I'd just like, if I could, to have an adjournment for a couple of minutes, because it's a good point, and the point about mana whenua was also very interesting. So I just want to test a couple of things with staff before we have any further questions. If
Yes,
Mr. Mayor, if we could have
absolutely.
a quick
So I move
adjournment.
we have a few minutes adjournment, seconded. Councillor O'Malley, all in favour say aye. Against? Thank you.
So before that gets formally moved and while I wait for us to be quorate, are we quorate, Lynn? Oh, thank you. And, all right. The very good questions from councillors have prompted me to ask a couple of questions of staff, which means I've asked Mr. Mayor if we could have a little bit more time with this one. So I'm suggesting that the item is laid on the table, and what we will do once that is done is go away and investigate, because there's been no assessment of if there is historical significance for the land to Mana Whenua. I think that should have happened. That's an oversight, but we're learning in this space. So we'll go away and look at that, and then we will also look at the terms of the gift and also look at the general reserves management policy, because it may have the policy statement you were referencing, Councillor, but it may not. So I'd just like a wee bit more time on this one. It's not time dependent, so with the leave of the meeting, I'd ask if Mr. Mayor would do that.
Yes. So the motion will be that this resolution lays on the table. D. Yeah, this item of business being discussed should lie on the table and not be discussed further at this meeting. It will naturally come back at some future date.
No, with that one I don't.
Okay, so I've moved that, seconded Councillor Fiso. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. That enables us to move on to number 14, proposed road closures. Next one over the page. Moved by Councillor Benson-Pope, seconded by Councillor Gary. Are there any questions? No, there may be questions. There are no questions. Any commentary? No. Do you have any comments to make, Councillor? Therefore, I'll put the motion that Council resolves to close the roads as detailed on the sheet in front of you, including the They Save We Pay Hospital March on Saturday. Not including.
Sorry, that was in there, and then that has been done under the CEO's delegations.
We have a slight change to the Chair's agenda. Right. Okay, so just what I see as part A. So just the roads as detailed in the agenda that you have printed in front of you. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And so now we'll exclude the public and move to the confidential agenda. So I move that we move into non-public. Seconded Councillor Walker. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried.